Chapter 365. Where was Ruoshui? Yi Wuyo and the others froze when they heard Mo Qingyun ask about Ruoshui. Their expressions became somewhat unnatural. Ruoshui, she? Yi Wuyo's eyes flickered. He avoided Mo Qingyun's gaze and stuttered. Long Yuqian chuckled when he saw Yi Wuyo's expression. He replied, Qingyun, it's like this. Ruoshui has been accepted as a direct disciple by the vice leader of the ice hall. Right now, she's cultivating in seclusion in the ice hall. That's why she didn't come. Right. Ruoshui is cultivating in seclusion right now. That's why she didn't come. Yi Wuyo and the others smiled awkwardly and immediately agreed with Long Yutian's words. However, at that moment, a trace of grief and anger could clearly be seen in the expressions of Yi Wuyo and the others. With Mo Qingyun's eyesight, Yi Wuyo and the others' expressions naturally could not be hidden from him. Brother Lu, tell me what's going on. Mo Qingyun's expression was cold when he saw everyone's expressions. He looked at Lu Fangliang and said, I want to hear the truth. I hope you won't lie to me as well. Lu Fangliang's expression became troubled when he heard Mo Qingyun's words. He furrowed his brows tightly. He knew very well that Mo Qingyun was asking him mainly because he was an upright person. He was not good with words and would not fabricate false information. Forget it. Let me tell you. Long Yutian sighed when he saw Lu Fangliang's troubled expression. He replied, Qingyun, it's like this. After Lu Yanjun came out of seclusion a few days ago, he learned that you crippled Lu Yangsong. He took his anger out on Ruoshui, Lu Yanjun. Mo Qingyun's expression immediately darkened when he heard Long Yutian's words. A chilling aura radiated from him. Qingyun, you must stay calm. Seeing Mo Qingyun's expression, Long Yutian's expression immediately changed. He advised, Lu Yanjun's strength has increased greatly after coming out of seclusion. Even he Jiayu, who is ranked 8th on the Earth leaderboard, was defeated by him. Don't be rash and seek revenge on him. Brother Mo, let's discuss this matter at length. After hearing Long Yutian's words, Lu Fangliang and the others looked at Mo Qingyun and tried to persuade him. Don't try to persuade me. I've already made my decision. At this moment, before Lu Fangliang and the others could finish, Mo Qingyun raised his hand and interrupted them. He said coldly, Brother Lu, tell me, where is Lu Yanjun right now? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Fangliang was silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice, Lu Yanjun should be in the Earth Hall right now, waiting for the Earth Hall's Deputy Hall Master to take him as his personal disciple. The Earth Hall's Deputy Hall Master wants to take Lu Yanjun as his personal disciple. Hearing Lu Fangliang's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed slightly. He revealed a surprised expression and sneered. So the Earth Hall's Deputy Hall Master, Shun Jihong, wants to take Lu Yanjun as his personal disciple. Let's go to the Earth Hall, Mo Qingyun said coldly. He no longer hesitated and directly walked out of the Tianyan mansion. When Mo Qingyun left the Tianyan mansion, he called Qi Lian to go with him. It would be more convenient with Qi Lian around. Let's follow him. Seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, Long Yutian said to the others and quickly followed. After a short while, Mo Qingyun and the others arrived at the Earth Hall, the main hall where Lu Yanjun would take his master. Mo Qingyun walked into the main hall and quickly saw Lin Tang and the others in the crowd. He walked towards them. When Mo Qingyun walked towards Lin Tang, Lu Fangliang and the others also walked towards their respective subhalls and stopped beside their respective hall masters and elders. Qingyun, you're here. Take a seat here. Seeing Mo Qingyun's arrival, Lin Tang revealed a faint smile and pointed at the seat beside him. Seeing Lin Tang's action, Mo Qingyun nodded in response and sat down beside Lin Tang. Qingyun, you missed the apprenticeship ceremony earlier. Let me introduce you. This is Hall Master Shun's disciple, Lu Yanjun. Seeing Mo Qingyun sitting beside him, Lin Tang revealed a faint smile and pointed at a young man not far away. He's Lu Yanjun. Hearing Lin Tang's introduction, Mo Qingyun's face immediately turned gloomy. Intense killing intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, just as Mo Qingyun was sizing up Lu Yanjun. A young man beside Lu Yanjun pointed at Mo Qingyun and introduced him to Lu Yanjun. Brother Lu, that guy is Mo Qingyun, the one who crippled your younger brother. So it's you who crippled my second brother. Hearing Lung Yang's identification, Lu Yanjun's face immediately turned gloomy and he began sizing up Mo Qingyun. Immediately, Lu Yanjun stood up and walked to the center of the main hall. He looked at Mo Qingyun and said coldly, Mo Qingyun, you're finally willing to show yourself. I thought you would be a coward for the rest of your life. Yanjun, don't be rude. Hearing Lu Yanjun's words, Shun Jihong's face darkened and he reprimanded Lu Yanjun. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Shun Jihong did not have any intention of blaming Lu Yanjun. Hearing Shun Jihong's words, Lu Yanjun sneered. Master, I heard that junior brother Mo's talent is astonishing and he is the direct disciple of the Wind Hall Master. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to spar with him. When Lu Yanjun said this, his face was filled with a sinister smile and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Seeing Lu Yanjun's current performance, the expressions of Yu Wuyo and the rest instantly turned solemn. They were worried that Mo Qingyun would accept Lu Yanjun's challenge. Hearing Lu Yanjun's words, Shun Jihong was stunned. Then he smiled faintly and looked at Lin Tang. Home Master Lin Tang, what do you think? Hearing Shun Jihong's words, Lin Tang revealed a difficult expression. Letting Mo Qingyun fight with Lu Yanjun was too unfair to Mo Qingyun. Soon after, Lin Tang looked at Mo Qingyun and asked for Mo Qingyun's opinion. Qingyun, what do you think? Hearing Lin Tang's words, Mo Qingyun sneered and slowly stood up. Mo Qingyun did not expect that before he could find trouble with Lu Yanjun would come looking for him first. Sparring is meaningless. If you want to fight, then let's fight to the death. The winner lives and the loser dies. After Mo Qingyun stood up, he revealed a cold and arrogant expression. Looking at Lu Yanjun, he said coldly, Lu Yanjun, do you dare to fight? Fight to the death. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the great hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Mo Qingyun with their eyes wide open. It had to be said that Mo Qingyun's current actions were too surprising. A person with a cultivation at the second level of Yuan Dan stage actually dared to propose a fight to the death against a person with a cultivation at the peak of the sixth level of Yuan Dan stage. This kind of action was no different from seeking death. After a short moment of shock, everyone's faces were filled with anticipation. They turned to look at Lu Yanjun, waiting for his response. How would Lu Yanjun respond to Mo Qingyun's action? At this moment, while everyone was waiting for Lu Yanjun's response, a middle-aged woman in the Great Hall said to Mo Qingyun, Mo Qingyun, I am Ruoshui's master. Ruoshui is injured now, so don't make any more unnecessary fights and affect the harmony between the halls of the Hidden Dragon Institute. Vice Hall Master Yun's words were actually to give Mo Qingyun a way out of this embarrassing situation. She wanted to prevent Lu Yanjun from being at a disadvantage due to his impulsiveness. After all, Mo Qingyun was only at the second level of Yuan Dan stage. Facing Lu Yanjun's cultivation at the peak of the sixth level of Yuan Dan stage, he was at a disadvantage. However, what surprised everyone was that after Mo Qingyun heard Vice Hall Master Yun's words, his face immediately darkened. Shut up. Hearing Vice Hall Master Yun's words, Mo Qingyun scolded her and said coldly, as a Heaven Star Border Realm expert, you don't even have the courage to take revenge when your personal disciple was seriously injured. You don't have the right to speak here, and you don't deserve to be Ruoshui's master. Mo Qingyun was scolding a Heaven Star Border Realm expert. Seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, everyone in the Great Hall was shocked again. They were shocked by Mo Qingyun's actions. A person at the second level of Yuan Dan stage dared to scold a Heaven Star Border Realm expert. This action was too crazy. Presumptuous. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the Ice Palace elders' faces immediately darkened. They scolded Mo Qingyun and released their auras to suppress Mo Qingyun. You are the presumptuous ones. Seeing the Ice Palace Elder's actions, Lin Tang, Bien Ling Bao, and the others' faces darkened, and they said unhappily. Then, Lin Tang and the others released their auras and charged toward the elders of the Ice Temple. Bang, bang, bang. Under Lin Tang and the others' auras, the Ice Palace Elders were immediately forced to retreat. Their blood was boiling, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. Seeing Lin Tang and the others' actions, the Ice Palace Elders were furious and looked at Lin Tang and the others angrily. I'm presumptuous? At this moment, when the elders of the Ice Temple were furious, Mo Qingyun showed a look of disdain. He looked at them and said coldly, "You guys are so impressive now. I only said a few words to her, and you want to attack me. When Lu Yanjun seriously injured Ruoshui, where did your prestige go?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the Ice Palace Elders were speechless. They didn't know how to respond to Mo Qingyun. They were indeed in the wrong. Mo Qingyun, I know that Ruoshui is your good friend. I apologize for her injury. While the Ice Palace Elders were silent, Yun Xia looked apologetic and apologized to Mo Qingyun. She said guiltily, "When I return to the Ice Palace, I will resign from my position as Deputy Palace Master and will no longer interfere with the Ice Palace's matters." Palace Master Shun, we will take our leave now. Red Cloud's Palace Master said goodbye to Shun Jihong and said to the people behind her, "Let's return to the Ice Palace." Then, the Ice Palace Elders didn't stay any longer. They stood up and left the hall. After the Ice Palace Elders left, the people in the hall came back to their senses and looked at Mo Qingyun in shock. This was especially true for one of the younger generation, who looked at Mo Qingyun with adoration in his eyes. Mo Qingyun, with his cultivation at level 2 Yuan Dan realm, not only did he scold a Heaven Star realm expert, he even made the other party apologize. This kind of ability wasn't something an ordinary person could have. Lu Yanjun, weren't you arrogant just now? Didn't you want to challenge me? Why is there not even a fart now? While everyone was still in shock, Mo Qingyun looked at Lu Yanjun coldly and mocked. Are the people of the Lu family afraid of death? Do you only know how to bully people with lower cultivation just because your cultivation is higher? Chapter 366. This is troublesome. Qingyun is going to have a life and death battle with Lu Yanjun. Hearing Lu Yanjun's response, Long Yutian and the others immediately looked worried. The thing they were most worried about seemed to have happened. Could Mo Qingyun fight with Lu Yanjun? At this moment, not only did Long Yutian and the others look worried, but Lin Tang and the others also looked worried when they saw this scene. They really did not expect that the situation would turn out like this. Qingyun, a life and death battle is not a joke. Don't be impulsive. Immediately, Lin Tang revealed a solemn expression and said in a serious tone, "If you go back on your word now, I will throw away my face this time and use the excuse that I'm worried about my beloved disciple's injury to stop your battle with Lu Yanjun." Qingyun, your master is right. Don't be impulsive. Lin, she also looked nervous and persuaded Mo Qingyun. She said in a deep voice, "With your talent, it won't be difficult to surpass Lu Yanjun. There will definitely be a chance for revenge in the future." Master, Elder Lin Shi, you don't have to persuade me. I've already made up my mind. Hearing Lin Tang and Lin Shi's words, Mo Qingyun replied in a firm tone. He said in a deep voice, "I, Mo Qingyun, will not wait for a night to kill for revenge." Hearing Mo Qingyun's firm words, Lin Tang, Lin Shi, and the others were stunned. They were shocked by Mo Qingyun's determination. Then, Lin Tang and the others stopped persuading him. They knew that with Mo Qingyun's character, it would be useless even if they tried to persuade him. In that case, go ahead and fight. With me here, no one can stop you from fighting. After a short silence, Lin Tang revealed a serious expression and said to Mo Qingyun, "Thank you, Master." Mo Qingyun looked grateful and nodded to Lin Tang. At this moment, while Lin Tang and Mo Qingyun were talking, Lu Yanjun revealed a smug sneer and looked at Mo Qingyun mockingly. He said coldly, "Mo Qingyun, I was originally worried that there would be some trouble if I killed you. Now that you've proposed a life and death battle, it can save me some worries. Cut the crap. Pick the place. Hearing Lu Yanjun's words, Emo Qingyun revealed an impatient expression and urged in a cold tone. All right, I'll wait for you at the Earth Hall's practice field. Hearing Mo's words, Lu Yanjun's expression indifferent, and Mo Qingyun's reply, Brother Lu, please wait. To avoid any accidents. And to prevent any accidents you sign a life and death contract. Lung Yang's words caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They were shocked by Lung Yang's words. Once the life and death contract was signed, no one could change it. Lung Yang's suggestion was too vicious. Lung Yang, you talk too much. Hearing Lung Yang's words, Lin Tang's expression darkened. He released an aura to suppress Lung Yang. Previously, Lin Tang heard from others that Lung Yang and Mo Qingyun fought in the Earth-class battle. He was already extremely dissatisfied with Lung Yang. Now that Lung Yang actually schemed against Mo Qingyun, this action had already exceeded Lin Tang's tolerance limit. Pooh! Under the suppression of Lin Tang's aura, Lung Yang's face immediately turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lung Yang's expression became even more malevolent under the suppression of Lin Tang's aura. He looked at Lu Yanjun and sneered. Brother Lu, you should be able to tell. With Lin Tang's importance to Mo Qingyun, do you think you can have a fair fight with Mo Qingyun without the restriction of the life and death contract? Lung Yang, you. Hearing Lung Yang's words, Lin Tang's expression instantly turned cold. He angrily said, I declare that from today onwards, Lung Yang is expelled from the Wind Hall. Expelled Lung Yang from the Wind Hall. Hearing Lin Tang's words, everyone's expression changed. They were shocked by Lin Tang's actions. Brother Lu, now you see clearly. I was expelled from the Wind Hall just because I made a suggestion. Hearing Lin Tang's words, the sneer on Lung Yang's face immediately deepened. He smiled disdainfully and said, Lin Tang, you're so biased. Be careful not to disappoint the other disciples of the Wind Hall. How dare you? Hearing Lung Yang's words, Lin Shi's expression suddenly froze, and she reprimanded him. Elder Lin Shi, is no longer a disciple of the Wind Hall. You have no right to reprimand the younger generation of my Lung family. When Lin Shi's words fell, a heavenly Dipper realm elder of the Lung family responded with a sneer. You. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Shi was furious, but she couldn't refute. Elder Lin Shi, there's no need to argue with them. It's just a life and death contract. I was worried that they would play tricks. Seeing Lin Shi's expression, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly. He turned to look at Lu Yanjun and the others and said, No need to talk nonsense. Bring the life and death contract over. Immediately after, Mo Qingyun signed a life and death contract with Lu Yanjun and got up to head to the Earth Hall's martial arts practice field. When Mo Qingyun and Lu Yanjun headed to the Earth Hall's martial arts practice field, everyone followed them to watch the battle between Mo Qingyun and Lu Yanjun. A moment later, in the center of the Earth Hall's martial arts practice field, Mo Qingyun, I admire your courage. You actually dared to write in the life and death contract that you won't use any spiritual or magical weapons in the battle. Looking at Mo Qingyun, who was confronting him, Lu Yanjun revealed a sinister smile and let out a complacent laugh. Looking at his current appearance, it seemed like he had succeeded in some evil scheme. I don't need to use any spiritual or magical weapons to deal with you. Mo Qingyun responded to Lu Yanjun's words with disdain and attacked Lu Yanjun. Bird of prey break. Mo Qingyun's body moved and turned into a stream of light, continuing to attack Lu Yanjun with extreme speed. Under Mo Qingyun's actions, a storm of wind blades immediately formed around his body and engulfed Lu Yanjun in an instant. Mo Qingyun, you're too arrogant. You actually dare to fight in close combat with someone from the Earth Hall. Facing Mo Qingyun's attack, Lu Yanjun revealed a cold smile and said complacently. Then, Lu Yanjun released the Earth's profound meaning and used gravity to suppress Mo Qingyun. affecting Mo Qingyun's movement. As Lu Yanjun released the level 5 Earth Profound Meaning, a terrifying pressure descended on Mo Qingyun, causing Mo Qingyun's speed to decrease. Not good. Under the suppression of Lu Yanjun's Earth Profound Meaning, Qingyun will be at a disadvantage in close combat. Seeing Lu Yanjun's attack, the expressions of Lin Tang and the others immediately changed. The worry on their faces deepened. The gravity was lifted. While everyone was worried, Mo Qingyun also released the Earth Profound Meaning to relieve Lu Yanjun's gravity suppression. As soon as the Level 2 Earth Profound Meaning was released, the pressure on Mo Qingyun's body was immediately reduced, and his movements became much lighter. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were shocked. Mo Qingyun had actually comprehended the Earth Profound Meaning. More importantly, Mo Qingyun's comprehension of the Earth Profound Meaning had reached Level 2. In this way, the power of Lu Yanjun's Profound Meaning would be greatly weakened. Level 2 Earth Profound Meaning. This kid still has this hidden move. Just how many profound meanings has he comprehended? Seeing Mo Qingyun's current performance, Lin Tang immediately stood up from his seat and laughed with a pleasantly surprised expression. Mo Qingyun had once again given him a pleasant surprise. Sun incinerating mountain splitting blade. As he approached Lu Yanjun, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and directly slashed at Lu Yanjun with his palm. Immediately, a 30-meter-long flaming saber ray, which carried a shocking fire profound meaning, crushed toward Lu Yanjun. At this moment, wherever the saber ray passed, a sea of flames appeared, as if it was going to burn the earth. Mo Qingyun is only at level 2 Yuan dance stage, but the strength of his origin energy is actually comparable to a level 3 Yuan dance stage expert. How is this possible? Feeling the fluctuation of origin energy on the flaming saber ray, Lu Yanjun's expression instantly changed. He was extremely shocked by this scene. Landslide and earthrend. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Yanjun did not dare to hesitate and immediately counterattacked. With a punch, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Bursts of rock-like fist radiance erupted and blocked the flaming saber ray. Bang, bang, bang. The flaming saber ray collided with a rock-like fist radiance and instantly exploded the rock-like fist radiance. However, when the rock-like fist radiance exploded, the power of the flaming saber ray weakened and the flames dimmed. Bang! Looking at the flaming saber ray that continued to attack him, Lu Yanjun did not hesitate and punched out again to disperse the flaming saber ray. After dispersing the flaming saber ray with a punch, Lu Yanjun sneered and said coldly, Mo Qingyun, although your strength has surprised me, you will definitely die today. Is that so? Hearing Lu Yanjun's words, Mo Qingyun replied indifferently and directly summoned his scarlet heavenly dragon martial soul. Soul change. Blood Chi rampage. After summoning his scarlet heavenly dragon martial soul, Mo Qingyun immediately performed the soul change and displayed his martial soul superpower. Then a 30-meter-long crimson dragon appeared in front of everyone, exuding a terrifying dragon aura. At the same time, the aura on Mo Qingyun's body rose along with it, and it attained the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Sun Incinerating Mountain Splitting Saber. After increasing his cultivation level, Mo Qingyun raised his huge dragon claw and punched out at Lu Yanjun. Then, a flaming saber ray that was even more terrifying than the previous one slashed toward Lu Yanjun. As soon as the flaming saber ray appeared, it was like a whirlwind that swept away the clouds and brought about a flaming storm. So powerful. How is this possible? How can a level 2 Yuan dance stage person have such strength? Seeing Mo Qingyun's attack, Lu Yanjun's expression changed. He was shocked by Mo Qingyun's strength. Then, without hesitation, Lu Yanjun completed the soul change in an instant and turned into a huge golden pangolin. After completing the soul change, Lu Yanjun immediately prepared to burrow into the ground to avoid Mo Qingyun's attack. He knew clearly that he could not withstand Mo Qingyun's attack. You want to avoid it? Can you? Seeing Lu Yanjun's action, Mo Qingyun released level 7 Wind Ultimacy and added it to the Flaming Saber Ray. Wind Ultimacy. With the addition of Wind Ultimacy, the speed of the Flaming Saber Ray increased to the maximum and instantly hit Lu Yanjun's body. Bang! As soon as the Flaming Saber Ray hit Lu Yanjun, he was immediately sent flying and instantly exited the soul change state. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate. He moved toward Lu Yanjun and decisively punched out. Stop! Chapter 367. As soon as the elder finished his words, he moved to stop Mo Qingyun. Lu Changgue, are you saying that you don't exist? Seeing the actions of the Lu family's elder, Lin Tang's face darkened as he spoke coldly. Then Lin Tang's body moved. He raised his hand and threw a punch at Lu Changgue, emitting a terrifying aura. Lin Tang cultivated the power of wind, and his speed was much faster than Lu Changgue. Before Lu Changgue could react, his palm had already landed on his body. Bang! Lu Changgue was sent flying by Lin Tang's palm. He landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. A half-step Heaven Star border expert from the Lu family was crippled by Lin Tang in one move. Everyone was shocked when they saw Lin Tang's decisive action. They looked at Lin Tang with respect. While everyone was still in shock, a second Heavenly Dipper Realm Elder from the Lung clan sneered. Mo Qingyun, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Why don't you give this old man some face and let this matter pass? As soon as the elder of the Lung clan finished speaking, he raised his hand and blasted out a palm towards Lu Yanjun, intending to protect him. His action was very smart. He didn't attack Mo Qingyun. Hence, Lin Tang couldn't stop him. Mo Qingyun's face darkened when he saw the Lung family elder's action. He said coldly, "Today no one can save Lu Yanjun." Sword light from eyes. As soon as Mo Qingyun finished his words, a flaming sword light shot out from his right eye. As soon as the flaming blade radiance shot out, it reached Lu Yanjun's throat in an instant. Lu Yanjun's head was directly severed under the attack of the eye lightsaber ray. Lu Yanjun dead. After seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. The Lung family's Heaven Star Border second stage elder didn't manage to save Lu Yanjun from Mo Qingyun's hands. This scene happened too quickly, to the extent that for a moment, no one had recovered from their shock. After a short moment of silence, the crowd burst into an uproar. Lu Yanjun is dead? Furthermore, he was killed by Mo Qingyun under the hands of a Lung family elder? This brat is so tyrannical. He really doesn't give in to anyone. However, that gaze of his earlier was so terrifying. I really didn't expect this brat to have such skills. It seems that we've underestimated him. Lin Tang has taken in a good disciple. It's really enviable. For a moment, everyone sighed and looked at Lin Tang with envy. Seeing that Mo Qingyun still managed to kill Lu Yanjun even after he made his move, the expression of this Heavenly Dipper second stage elder from the Lung family instantly turned gloomy. He coldly said, Mo Qingyun, as the saying goes, where it is possible to spare people, one should spare them. Aren't you going overboard by doing this? Too much. Hearing the words of this Lung family elder, Mo Qingyun looked at him with disdain and said coldly, Old thing, Lu Yanjun took his anger out on Ruoshui and injured her because of his hatred for me. Why aren't you reprimanding him? Brat, are you accusing me of being biased? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the Lung family elder's face turned gloomy. He released his aura towards Mo Qingyun. Seeing that the Lung family elder released his aura towards Mo Qingyun, Lin Tang moved his body and stood in front of Mo Qingyun, blocking the Lung family elder's aura. Shortly after, Lin Tang released his aura towards Lung Yang and the others from the Lung family. He coldly said, Lung Wanhai, do you think that I don't dare to make a move on your Lung family's younger generation? Glare blade light. At this moment, when Lin Tang released his aura towards Lung Yang and the others, Mo Qingyun's right eye flashed red and released a glare blade light towards Lung Yang. This Lung Yang had schemed against him time and time again. Mo Qingyun was determined to kill him, and this was the perfect time to start with him. Puchi! The glare blade light flashed and instantly blasted onto Lung Yang's neck, directly killing Lung Yang. Receiving Mo Qingyun's attack, Lung Yang's eyes widened. He couldn't believe this scene was real. Mo Qingyun actually attacked him and killed him without any warning. Brat, you've gone too far. Seeing Mo Qingyun's action, Lung Wanhai and the others immediately became furious and attacked Mo Qingyun one after another. They didn't expect that Mo Qingyun would dare to directly attack Lung Yang at this time. In addition, their attention was focused on Lin Tang just now, and Mo Qingyun actually took advantage of this loophole. Thinking that their family's younger generation was killed in front of them, Lung Wanhai and the others immediately felt their old faces burning, as if they had been slapped hard. This brat, seeing Mo Qingyun's action, Lin Tang and the others were also surprised. They didn't expect Mo Qingyun to do this. However, at the same time, Lin Tang and the others also protected Mo Qingyun behind them, not letting Lung Wanhai and the others attack him. When Lin Tang and the others protected Mo Qingyun behind them, Mo Qingyun revealed an expression of disdain, and he looked at Lung Wanhai and ridiculed, "Old bastard, didn't you say that where it's possible to spare others, one should spare them? And if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end? Why are you attacking me?" As soon as Mo Qingyun's words came out, everyone's expression immediately became strange. They looked at Mo Qingyun with a wry smile. At this moment, they had to admit that Mo Qingyun's move was really ruthless. This was letting Lung Wanhai shoot himself in the foot. If Lung Wanhai and the others attacked Mo Qingyun, it was equivalent to slapping their own faces. Their words were like farts that didn't count. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lung Wanhai's face immediately turned red and his veins bulged. He was furious to the extreme, but he couldn't refute Mo Qingyun. Seeing that Lung Wanhai was speechless, Mo Qingyun once again smiled in disdain and mocked. "Old dog Lung, since you can't do it yourself, don't spout nonsense in the future. Today, I killed a junior of your Lung family to let you understand a principle. Don't do to others what you don't want done to you. Little bastard, you've gone too far." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lung Wanhai immediately went berserk and directly attacked Mo Qingyun. At this moment, the sky above the Earth Palace's martial arts field suddenly changed color and a human shadow appeared. As soon as this human shadow appeared, everyone in the field immediately revealed looks of reverence. This was the long-browed Grand Elder's shadow clone. The long-browed Grand Elder had actually appeared. The long-browed Grand Elder didn't pay attention to everyone's shock and directly raised his hand to attack Lung Wanhai and the others. Bang! Facing the long-browed Grand Elder's palm, Lung Wanhai and the others spat out mouthfuls of blood. They didn't have the slightest strength to resist. After injuring Lung Wanhai and the others with a single palm, the long-browed Grand Elder's face turned cold. He said coldly, "For Lung Qingfeng's sake, I won't kill you today. Scram! Let's go." Hearing the long-browed Grand Elder's words, Lung Wanhai and the others' faces were filled with resentment as they unwillingly got up and left. However, just as Lung Wanhai and the others left, the sky above the Earth Palace changed color again. Following that, an aura that was even more terrifying than the long-browed Grand Elders appeared from the stirring clouds. High-level heaven star border. Sensing the aura in the air, the long-browed Grand Elder's expression immediately changed as he exclaimed in shock. He thought to himself, could it be that Mo Qingyun's identity has been exposed and those fellows are here to kill him? High-level heaven star border. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard the long-browed senior elder's words. They were extremely shocked. They really didn't expect that an existence of this level would appear in Dine Province. At this moment, while everyone was still in shock, a terrifying hand appeared from the stirring clouds in the air. Mo Qin Yun, now that I've broken through to the high-level Heaven Star border, even if that body refinement expert is here, he won't be able to protect you. Prepare to die. The moment the hand appeared, it emitted a shocking aura as it pressed down on Mo Qin Yun. This high-level Heaven Star border expert is here to kill Mo Qin Yun. After this discovery, everyone was shocked once again. They couldn't believe it. Mo Qin Yun actually provoked a high-level Heaven Star border expert. This was too shocking. Sir, you attacked someone from a low-level dynasty. Have you forgotten the rules of the province? Seeing the hand striking down on Mo Qin Yun, the long-browed Grand Elder Shadow clone said unhappily and blocked it. But the moment the hand was blocked, the long-browed Grand Elder Shadow clone spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body quickly collapsed. This was a fight on a completely different level. At this moment, when the long-browed Grand Elder was about to collapse, a golden book appeared in the air. As soon as the golden book appeared, it emitted an even more terrifying aura as it blasted towards the high-level Heaven Star border expert's hand. Bang! In the face of the golden book's attack, the Heavenly Star border expert's giant hand was instantly shattered. Old man Tian Shu, what's the meaning of this? Seeing that his attack had been defeated by the golden heavenly book, a displeased voice immediately sounded from midair. Nothing. I just can't stand it. As an elder of the Mystic Ice Palace, you actually attacked a Yuan Dan Jr. Old man Tian Shu smiled faintly and replied indifferently. His tone was filled with disdain and ridicule. Mo Qin Yun, you're lucky this time. I didn't expect Old man Tian Shu to help you. Hearing Old man Tian Shu's words, the high-level Heaven Star border expert snorted and said coldly to Mo Qin Yun, I don't believe that you have someone protecting you at all times. I'll definitely kill you the next time I attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the air around him returned to normal. It seemed like he had left. Little guy, take care. This old man is leaving too. Old man Tian Shu chuckled when he saw the other party leave. Then, the golden book also disappeared in the air. Farewell, old man Tian Shu. Seeing old man Tian Shu leave, the long-browed Grand Elder's shadow clone bowed and left as well. After the three experts left, everyone slowly regained their senses and looked at Mo Qin Yun in disbelief. A Yuan Dan Realm Jr. was actually able to cause a mid-level Heavenly Dipper Realm and two high-level Heavenly Dipper Realm experts to make a move for him. This scene was simply too unbelievable to them. Kid, you actually offended an expert from the Mystic Ice Palace. After a short moment of shock, Lung Wanhai revealed a cold smile and looked at Mo Qin Yun. He said coldly, with the status of this Mystic Ice Palace's elder, even if the long-browed Grand Elder protects you, it's useless. You have to die. Chapter 368. Old Dog Lung, don't worry. Even if your Lung family is annihilated, I won't die. In response to Lung Wanhai's words, Mo Qin Yun smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, Brat, you seem to be overconfident. When Mo Qin Yun finished speaking, a half-step Heaven Star border elder from the Liu family sneered. Although you have the long-browed Doyen protecting you in Dian Province, it doesn't mean that your clansmen in the Tianyan Manor can also be protected. The half-step Heaven Star border elder from the Liu family sneered and said, I advise you to spend more time with your clansmen in the Tianyan Manor when you have nothing to do. Don't wait until the day you return and find that they're all dead. You don't have to worry about that. Mo Qin Yun replied disdainfully in response to the elder's words. With a mocking expression, he said, Old dog, I advise you to think more about your Liu family's younger generation if you have the time. Don't let them become the Lung family's dogs before they're even born. You. Hearing Mo Qin Yun's words, the elder from the Liu family was furious. He raised his finger and pointed at Mo Qin Yun, but he couldn't say anything. Mo Qin Yun's mouth was too venomous. He directly poked at the elder's weak spot, making him unable to refute. Shortly after, the elder from the Liu family snorted coldly and left with the rest of the Liu family. After a while, when everyone left, Lin Tang had a grave expression and asked Mo Qin Yun, Qin Yun, How did you offend that expert from the mystic ice palace? Because of some family matters, I killed his daughter. Mo Qingyun didn't intend to hide the truth from Lin Tang and the others, so he directly answered them. He was very touched that Lin Tang and the others had helped him. If the Red Cloud Vice Palace Master could do the same, Liu Yanjun wouldn't be so arrogant. Killed his daughter? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lin Tang and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They looked at Mo Qingyun in shock and were speechless for a long time. They had no choice but to admit that Mo Qingyun's answer had frightened them. Mo Qingyun was too daring. He even dared to kill the daughter of a Heaven Star Border Realm expert. This was too crazy. While he was shocked, Lin Tang also revealed a curious expression. He asked Mo Qingyun, "Qingyun, just now, old man Tian Shu helped you block the attack of the expert from the Mystic Ice Palace. Could it be that you know him?" I don't understand why he helped me." Mo Qingyun had a puzzled look on his face. He couldn't understand what had just happened. This old man of Heavenly Book seemed to have been paying attention to his whereabouts in the 100 Countries battlefield. However, what made Mo Qingyun rejoice was that based on the previous situation, the old man of Heavenly Book should not have any malicious intent towards him. "You don't know him." Hearing Mo Qingyun's answer, Lin Tang and the others smiled bitterly. They were surprised by this result. Mo Qingyun chatted with Lin Tang and the others for a while before parting ways with them. After parting ways with Lin Tang and the others, Mo Qingyun walked towards Yi Wuyo and the others. "Senior Sister Wuyo, where is Ruoshui? Bring me to see her. Ruoshui is at my master's residence." "I'll bring you there now." Wang Zishu replied to Mo Qingyun and brought Mo Qingyun to Elder Xianye's residence. After a while, they arrived at Elder Xianye's residence. The moment he arrived, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and directly entered Ruoshui's room. When Mo Qingyun entered Ruoshui's room, Elder Xian Yi was treating Ruoshui's injuries. "Mo Qingyun, why have you come to the pill hall?" Elder Xian Yi went to watch Mo Qingyun's performance in the grand examination. Hence, she wasn't unfamiliar with Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun greets Elder Xian Yi. Mo Qingyun bowed to Elder Xian Yi and replied with respect, "I'm here to take a look at Ruoshui's injuries." I see." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Elder Xian Yi faintly smiled and revealed an expression of understanding. Mo Qingyun and Ruoshui were good friends. Now that he knew Ruoshui was injured, it was natural for him to come and take a look. Mo Qingyun walked to Ruoshui's side and held her hand. He released his soul power to sense Ruoshui's condition. Soul power at the late stage of the spirit origin realm. This brat's soul power is so strong. When Mo Qingyun released his soul power, Elder Xian Yi was shocked. She was surprised at Mo Qingyun's soul power. With her Heaven Dipper stage 1 cultivation, and her soul power was only at the early stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. Mo Qingyun's soul power was so strong at such a young age. It was too surprising. What is this brat trying to do? After a short moment of shock, Elder Xian Yi was curious about Mo Qingyun's actions. However, she didn't interrupt Mo Qingyun. "The palm energy that injured Ruoshui, I seem to be familiar with it." Mo Qingyun's brows furrowed tightly as he sensed the situation, and he exclaimed in surprise. After discovering it, Mo Qingyun put down Ruoshui's hand and walked to Elder Xian Yi. He said, "Elder Xian Yi, please take a look at Ruoshui's injury." Then Mo Qingyun told Elder Xian Yi about his request. After that, Mo Qingyun left the room with Long Yutian and the other men, leaving Elder Xian Yi and the other ladies in the room. After a while, Elder Xian Yi opened the door and walked out with a heavy expression. "Ruoshui's injury is as you said. Your deduction should be correct." After walking out of the room, Elder Xian Yi said in a heavy tone, "I didn't expect that my eyesight wasn't as good as yours. It's unbelievable." Elder Xian Yi, it's not strange that you didn't notice it because you haven't seen anyone use the heaven-destroying demon palm. Hearing Elder Xian Yi's words, Mo Qingyun replied with a faint smile. He then said, "The person who knows the heaven-destroying demon palm must be a direct descendant of the Lung family. If that's the case, The culprit who used the poisonous palm to injure Ruoshui should be someone from the Lung family. If that's the case, then Lu Yanjun is just a scapegoat and the real culprit is still hiding in the background? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Fangliang's expression changed, and he said coldly, "It's possible." Mo Qingyun's expression was cold. He nodded and asked Yi Wuyo and the others, "Senior Sister Wuyo, has anyone from the Lung family been in contact with Lu Yanjun recently?" Upon hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Yi Wuyo and the others revealed contemplative expressions and began to ponder. After a while, Yi Wuyo's eyes lit up and she said in surprise, "That's right. Lung Yang and Lu Yanjun were very close a while ago. Moreover, it was at the entrance of the academy again." Yi Wuyo briefly described the arrogant actions of Lung Yang and Lu Yanjun at the entrance of the academy. Lung Yang? He's also a direct descendant of the Lung family, and his understanding of the heaven-destroying demon palm is even more thorough than Lung Chang's. Hearing Yi Wuyo's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed, and he revealed a look of realization. He said, "Moreover, he was very close to Lu Yanjun a while ago. If that's the case, then the person who injured Ruoshui should be him." Thinking that the culprit behind the scenes was most likely Lung Yang, everyone's expression became strange. If that's the case, then Mo Qingyun didn't kill the wrong person previously? In other words, Mo Qingyun killing Lung Yang was a lucky hit. If Lung Yang is the culprit behind the scenes, then Qingyun, didn't you hit the right person this time? After being stunned for a short while, Long Yutian revealed a helpless smile and said to Mo Qingyun, I guess so." Hearing Long Yutian's words, Mo Qingyun chuckled and his mood became better. If that's the case, then the culprit behind the scenes wasn't allowed to get away scot-free. Then, everyone had a simple discussion. Mo Qingyun looked at Elder Xianyi and said, "Elder Xianyi, looking at Ruoshui's current situation, I'm afraid that the Ice Duke Golden Pill is needed to save her. I wonder if you have the materials to refine the pill in the pill hall." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Xianyi's expression changed drastically. She looked at Mo Qingyun in shock and said, "Did Zishu and the others tell you the method to save Ruoshui, or did you come up with it yourself after diagnosing Ruoshui's injuries?" If it was Mo Qingyun who came up with it himself, then Mo Qingyun's performance was too shocking. One should know that the Ice Dew Golden Pill was a mid-grade pill. With Mo Qingyun's age, it wasn't easy for him to know the effects of a mid-grade pill. "Master, we didn't tell Qingyun about it." Hearing Elder Xianye's words, Wang Zishu replied and said, "Also, I told you before that my pill refining methods were taught by Qingyun. These are all true. Doesn't that mean?" Hearing Wang Zishu's words, Elder Xianye's expression changed drastically. She looked at Mo Qingyun in shock and said, "Qingyun, your current alchemist rank is?" Hearing Elder Xianye's words, Mo Qingyun pondered for a while and replied, "I'm not sure about the exact rank. However, there shouldn't be any problem refining medicinal pills below the mid-grade pill. There shouldn't be any problem refining medicinal pills below the mid-grade pill." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Elder Xian Yi was instantly dumbfounded. She was truly shocked in her heart. Didn't that mean that Mo Qingyun's alchemist rank had already reached the level of a quasi-elixir king? A young man who wasn't even 20 years old became a quasi-elixir king under the circumstances of no one teaching him. How heaven-defying of talent did this require? If such news were to spread, it would probably scare people to the point of vomiting blood. This kind of talent was truly too monstrous. Thinking of Mo Qingyun's talent and other aspects, Elder Xian Yi was instantly speechless. She looked at Mo Qingyun and said with a bitter smile, "You're really a freak." After letting out a gloomy remark, Elder Xian Yi sorted out her emotions and said, "The pill hall has the other ingredients to refine the icy purity jade water golden pill. I can provide them. However, the pill hall doesn't have the most important ingredient, the 1,000-year ice lotus. So, you need to think of a way yourself." 1,000-year ice lotus. Hearing Xianye's words, Mo Qingyun frowned and said in a deep voice, "Even in the region, The 1,000-year ice lotus can only be found in the Mystic Ice Palace. Thinking of going to the Mystic Ice Palace and finding a way to obtain the 1,000-year ice lotus, Mo Qingyun's heart instantly became heavy. Chapter 369. Elder Xianyi, I'll think of a way to get the 1,000-year ice lotus. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Ruoshui for me. After a short moment of silence, Mo Qingyun put on a pleading expression and clasped his hands at Xianyi. Ruoshui is with me. You don't have to worry. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Xianyi replied and joked with Mo Qingyun, if you have time in the future, you can come to the pill hall more often. With your talent in alchemy, it would be a waste if you don't study alchemy. Hearing Xianyi's words, Mo Qingyun let out a bitter smile. He didn't know how to respond. In his previous life, he was the youngest pill venerate in the heavenly soul continent. He didn't need to learn alchemy from scratch. If he came to the pill hall to learn alchemy, it would be a waste of time. However, since Xianyi had good intentions, he naturally couldn't reject her. He smiled faintly. If I have time in the future, I'll come to the pill hall more often. After that, Mo Qingyun chatted with Xianyi for a while and prepared to return to the Tianyin Manor. Seeing that Mo Qingyun was preparing to return to the Tianyin Manor, Long Yutian and the others didn't stay any longer and returned to their own halls. After everyone left one after another, it wasn't long before only Long Hanyin and Mo Qingyun remained, and the atmosphere immediately became slightly awkward. Are you going back to the Long Manor? I'll send you back. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Mo Qingyun spoke first and broke the awkward atmosphere. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Hanyin blushed and nodded in response. After that, Mo Qingyun sent Long Hanyin back to the Long Manor. On the way back, Long Hanyin was silent, causing the atmosphere to become awkward again. After that, Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyin arrived outside the Long Manor. Outside the Long Manor, the silent Long Hanyin suddenly looked at Mo Qingyun with anticipation and asked, Qingyun, if I encounter danger one day, will you do anything for me? Would you do anything for me? Hearing Long Hanyin's words, Mo Qingyun was shocked. He was surprised by Long Hanyin's words. After a brief moment of surprise, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and replied to Long Hanyin, Silly girl, why would you say something like that? Nothing will ever happen to you. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Hanyin revealed a hint of disappointment. She continued, I'm saying if one day I meet with any mishap, will you do the same for me as you did for Ruoshui? Will you do anything for me? Of course. Hearing Long Hanyin say this again, Mo Qingyun revealed a serious expression and said in a deep voice, if such a day really comes, no matter who the other party is, I will not let them go. Even if the heavens want to take you away, I will pierce through them and snatch you back from them. When he said that, Mo Qingyun gave off a heroic aura. It was as if he wanted to compete with the heavens. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Hanyin immediately revealed a sweet smile and said gently to Mo Qingyun, give me your hand. All right. Hearing Long Hanyin's words, Mo Qingyun did not think too much and extended his hand to Long Hanyin. Following that, Long Hanyin slowly wrote in Mo Qingyun's hand. After writing in Mo Qingyun's hand, Long Hanyin directly ran into the Long estate with a sweet smile on her face. What you said just now, I will always remember in my heart. Thinking back to the words Long Hanyin had written in his hand, Mo Qingyun clenched his fist and revealed a determined expression. Following that, Mo Qingyun did not stay any longer and returned to the Tianyin mansion. After a short while, Mo Qingyun returned to the Tianyin mansion and went to his room. After returning to his room, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately checked the Light Gate Martial Soul's third Martial Soul super ability. Because of what had happened with Ruoshui, he had not had the chance to check the Light Gate Martial Soul's third Martial Soul super ability. Following that, Mo Qingyun used the Light Gate Martial Soul's third Martial Soul super ability on himself. Once he used the Light Gate Martial Soul's third Martial Soul super ability, Mo Qingyun's face immediately revealed a look of great shock. The Light Gate Martial Soul's third Martial Soul super ability had actually concealed his body and even his aura fluctuations. After discovering that, Mo Qingyun immediately revealed a look of joy and said in surprise, "In that case, the Light Gate Martial Soul's third Martial Soul super ability should be the Hidden Door. I wonder how powerful the Hidden Door is." In order to test the power of the Hidden Door, Mo Qingyun directly walked out of his room and headed towards Qi Lian's residence. After a short while, Mo Qingyun arrived at Qi Lian's residence and walked in front of him. In the end, to Mo Qingyun's surprise, Qi Lian did not detect him at all. In other words, under the effect of the Hidden Door, Mo Qingyun could avoid being detected by a Heaven Star Border Stage 1 expert. In addition, Qi Lian was a reincarnated expert at the peak of the Transcendent Realm. His detection power was far superior to that of an ordinary Heaven Star Border Stage 1 expert. In that case, Mo Qingyun's Hidden Door's ability to conceal himself should be able to avoid being detected by a Heaven Star Border Stage 1 expert. After obtaining this result, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and returned to his residence. After returning to his residence, Mo Qingyun revealed a faint smile and thought to himself, "With the help of the Hidden Door, perhaps I can go to the Black Ice Palace to look for Sister Moling. With her help, the chances of finding the Millennium Ice Lotus should be much higher. All right, now that I have the help of the Hidden Door, does that mean I can go see Mother?" At this moment, as Mo Qingyun was thinking, an idea sprouted in his mind. The Long family did not have a Heaven Star Border expert. With Long Hanyon's help, if he used the Hidden Door, he might be able to enter the Dragon Repentance Valley. After thinking about this, Mo Qingyun could not wait and immediately left the Tianyan Manor. After a short while, Mo Qingyun arrived at the Long Manor. When he arrived outside the Long Manor, Mo Qingyun asked the Long Manor's guard to pass a message for Long Hanyan to come out and see him. Under the guard's transmission, Long Hanyan arrived in front of Mo Qingyun in a short while. Seeing that Mo Qingyun had come to the Long Manor to look for her, Long Hanyan revealed a shy expression and said with a surprised tone, "Qingyun, why are you here?" This seemed to be the first time Mo Qingyun had taken the initiative to come to the Long Manor to look for her. Seeing that Long Hanyan had come out, Mo Qingyun did not beat around the bush and directly told Long Hanyan the purpose of his visit. "I have just grasped a special ability that can allow me to conceal myself. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help to bring me into the Dragon Repentance Valley." A special ability that allows you to conceal yourself? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Hanyan was shocked and looked at Mo Qingyun in confusion. Seeing that Long Hanyan was puzzled, Mo Qingyun brought her to a secluded place and displayed the Hidden Door. Immediately, Mo Qingyun's figure disappeared in front of Long Hanyan. Seeing this, Long Hanyan's face suddenly changed and revealed an expression of disbelief. Mo Qingyun really disappeared. At this moment, when Long Hanyan was shocked, Mo Qingyun said, "Under the concealment of the Hidden Door, under normal circumstances, powerhouses below the mid-level of Heavenly Dipper Realm will not be able to sense my existence. Therefore, if you bring me to the Dragon Repentance Valley, the people in the Long Manor should not be able to discover me. I will bring you there now." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Hanyan did not say anything else and agreed to Mo Qingyun's request. Then, Mo Qingyun followed Long Hanyan into the Long Manor and headed towards the Dragon Repentance Valley. Along the way, the guards and clansmen of the Long Manor all showed respect when they saw Long Hanyan and bowed to Long Hanyan. From this, it seemed that Long Hanyan's position in the Long Manor should be extremely high. After a while, with Long Hanyan leading the way, Mo Qingyun arrived outside a cemetery. On a huge stone tablet outside the cemetery, the words Dragon Repentance Valley were written. This was actually the Dragon Repentance Valley. When Mo Qingyun realized this, he couldn't help but feel a fire burn in his heart. Didn't this mean that Long Ruolin had been staying in the cemetery for so many years? The Long family had always treated Long Rulin as a dead person. Miss Hanyin, you are here to visit Miss Rulin again. Seeing Long Hanyin's arrival, the guards of the Dragon Repentance Valley showed respect and greeted Long Hanyin with a faint smile. From this, it seemed that Long Hanyin had come here often, so the guard were very familiar with her. Yes, I'm going to visit Aunt Rulin. Long Hanyin replied indifferently and walked into the Dragon Repentance Valley. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun quickly followed behind. Then, Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyin entered the Dragon Repentance Valley. Qingyun, that's where Aunt Rulin lives. After entering the Dragon Repentance Valley, Long Hanyin pointed to a small wooden house on the right and said to Mo Qingyun. After a while, Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyin arrived in front of the small wooden house. When they arrived in front of the small wooden house, a slightly haggard figure appeared in front of Mo Qingyun. She must be Long Rulin. Aunt Rulin. Seeing the figure in front of her, Long Hanyin showed a bright smile and greeted her. Hanyin, you are here. Come and sit here. Hearing Long Hanyin's words, Long Rulin turned around and greeted Long Hanyin with a faint smile. After sitting down beside Long Rulin, Long Hanyin showed a playful expression and said with a playful smile, Aunt Rulin, I have brought a special person to see you today. I guarantee that you will be very happy to see him. You have brought a special person to see me? Hearing Long Hanyin's words, Long Rulin was puzzled. She shook her head and said with a bitter smile, This little girl only knows how to talk nonsense. How can anyone be allowed to enter the Dragon Repentance Valley? From Long Rulin's words, she did not believe that Long Hanyin had brought someone else to see her. Aunt Rulin, I have really brought a special person to see you. Hearing Long Hanyin's words, Long Hanyin showed a trace of anxiety and immediately said to Long Hanyin. Seeing Long Hanyin's expression, Long Rulin showed a trace of curiosity and said with a faint smile, Is that so? Then quickly ask that person to come out. Let Aunt see what is so special about him. Qingyun, come out. Hearing Long Rulin's words, Long Hanyin shouted to the void, indicating for Mo Qingyun to appear. Then, Mo Qingyun left the hidden door and slowly appeared in front of Long Hanyin and Long Hanyin. Seeing Mo Qingyun appear, Long Rulin showed a shocked expression and stared at Mo Qingyun with wide eyes. Chapter 370. Hanyin, he is. Long Rulin was shocked to see Mo Qingyun and asked Long Hanyin, who was beside her. Long Rulin did not expect that she could not sense Mo Qingyun's presence with her intermediate Heavenly Dipper cultivation level. A person with a cultivation level of level 2 Yuan Dan could actually hide himself in front of her without leaving a trace. She had to admit that Mo Qingyun's concealment skills were too shocking. Aunt Rulin, can you guess who he is? Long Hanyin winked playfully when Long Rulin asked about Mo Qingyun's identity. She kept Long Rulin in suspense. Long Rulin sized up Mo Qingyun when she heard Long Hanyin's words. She smiled faintly and said, You little girl, why are you being so mysterious with me? Is he your little lover? Little lover. As soon as Long Rulin's words left her mouth, Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyin's faces immediately turned red, revealing embarrassed expressions. Aunt Rulin, what are you talking about? He's not my little lover. Hearing Long Rulin's words, Long Hanyin had a bashful expression on her face as she spoke coyly. At this moment, Long Hanyin's tone clearly carried a guilty conscience. Oh, is that so? Long Rulin's smile deepened when she saw Long Hanyin's expression. She said, Then tell me, who is he? His name is Mo Qingyun. Long Hanyin said Mo Qingyun's name when she heard Long Rulin's words. She said mysteriously to Long Rulin, Aunt Rulin, take a closer look. Doesn't Qingyun look like someone? Mo Qingyun? His surname is Mo and he looks like someone? Long Rulin shuddered when she recalled Long Hanyin's words. She could not help but think of someone. With her intelligence, she was naturally able to tell who Long Hanyin was referring to. After a round of comparison, Long Luolan was shocked to find that Mo Qingyun was very similar to that person. After discovering this, Long Rulin's expression immediately became excited. She nervously asked Long Hanyin, Hanyin, could it be that he is— That's right. Qin Yun is your and Uncle Feiyu's child. Seeing that Long Rulin had guessed Mo Qing Yun's identity, Long Hanyin no longer concealed it and nodded at her to confirm. Upon hearing Long Hanyin's words, Long Rulin's body suddenly trembled. The corners of her eyes became somewhat moist as she slowly walked towards Mo Qing Yun. The young man in front of her was actually her son. This result was beyond Long Rulin's expectations. Her and Mo Feiyu's child was already so big. Child, is it really you? Long Rulin walked up to Mo Qing Yun. Her eyes were moist as she raised her hand to caress Mo Qing Yun's cheek. She exuded a motherly love. Mother, it's me. Mo Qing Yun felt a strong sense of kinship when he saw Long Rulin in front of him. He felt that blood was thicker than water. Qing Yun, Aunt Rulin, don't just stand there. Come over here and sit down. Long Hanyin gestured to the two of them when she saw how excited they were. Long Rulin nodded in satisfaction when she heard Mo Qing Yun's words. She was very satisfied with Mo Qing Yun's answer. At this moment, while Mo Qing Yun and Long Rulin were talking, Long Hanyin, who was at the side, would occasionally sneak glances at Mo Qing Yun. However, when she saw that Mo Qing Yun was also looking at her, her face immediately turned red. She hurriedly turned her head to look elsewhere. Her appearance was extremely cute, like a frightened little rabbit. After that, Long Rulin and Mo Qing Yun exchanged a few more words before a curious look appeared on her face. She said, "Tell me about your circumstances over the years." Okay. Mo Qing Yun nodded in response when he heard Long Rulin's words. He then told Long Rulin about his experiences over the years. Long Rulin's expression became complicated when she heard Mo Qing Yun's story. There was worry, relief, and joy. Of course, she was more surprised. She never thought that Mo Qing Yun's experiences over the years would be so rich. He won first place in the Mo clan's competition. He went to Lianyun City and won first place in the Alchemist Alliance Guild's disciple recruitment competition. He was favored by the Alchemist Alliance Guild's president. He won first place in the Northern Desert Town's town meeting. He removed the poison from one Lianyun's body in Lianyun City. He went to the 100 Countries battlefield. Qing Yun's cultivation rose all the way. As a disciple of a small clan, he surpassed the geniuses of large clans. He subdued and sized up Pill Palace realm experts with his true energy realm cultivation. He overbearingly killed strong enemies and protected his clansmen and friends. He walked out a small clan in a small kingdom and participated in the grand examination where geniuses gathered. Furthermore, in the grand examination, he dominated the 10 seated students of the grand examination, defeated them in a domineering manner, and took first place in the grand examination. Now, Yuan Dan's cultivation was at the second level of the martial realm. He used a concealment technique so that she, a Heaven Star border realm expert, couldn't sense him. Each and every one of these stories was filled with legendary qualities, causing people to sigh endlessly after hearing them. Of course, other than sighing, Long Rulin's heart ached more. She could imagine that behind Mo Qing Yun's success, he had sacrificed a lot of sweat and danger that no one could imagine. At this moment, Long Rulin finally understood that Mo Qing Yun's journey wasn't easy. Then, Long Rulin's eyes became wet. She said with a pained expression, "Child, it's been hard on you all these years." "Mother, it's not hard on me." Mo Qing Yun shook his head at Long Rulin's words and smiled faintly. A man should be indomitable and protect his loved ones. I still have a lot to do. A man should be indomitable and protect his loved ones. I still have a lot to do. Long Rulin was moved to tears when she heard Mo Qing Yun's words. She looked at Mo Qing Yun with a gratified expression. Was this Long Rulin's son? A man who held up the sky for the Mo clan before he was even 20 years old. After a short silence, Long Rulin took out a jade slip and handed it to Mo Qing Yun. "This is a soul jade slip that I refined. If you meet any danger in Flame City, Crush it. I will help you. Mo Qingyun didn't reject the soul jade slip that Long Rulin handed over. He raised his hand and received it. Long Rulin was a Heaven Star border expert. With her help, it would be much easier for Mo Qingyun to do things in the future. After keeping Long Rulin's soul jade slip, Mo Qingyun had a puzzled expression and asked, "Mother, aren't you coming with me to see father? Because of me, our bloodline lost face. Because of this, Grandfather Tiansheng resigned from his position as the patriarch." Long Rulin revealed a lonely expression when she heard Mo Qingyun's words. Her heart sank a little, and she said, "Later, I came to an agreement with the clan. I came here willingly to be punished, and they wouldn't do anything to your father and the Mo clan." Long Rulin paused for a moment, then said, "However, when I came here to be punished, I swore that if the clan didn't forgive my mistakes and allow me to leave Dragon Regret Valley, I wouldn't take half a step out of it. Qingyun, please apologize to your father on my behalf. I didn't look for you all these years. Mother, let's not talk about the past. Don't worry, I will get you out soon." Chapter 371. It's good that you have such intentions. Hearing Mo Qingyun's thoughts, Long Rulin smiled with relief and said with a pained expression, "However, it's not easy to obtain first place in the Academy tournament. It's not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. Don't be too anxious. Just take it step by step. I've already stayed here for more than 10 years, so I'm not afraid of staying here for a few more years." After comforting Mo Qingyun, Long Rulin continued, "All these years I've been absorbing the dragon essence energy in the Dragon Remorse Valley to cultivate. It's not all punishment. If it weren't for the help of the dragon essence energy in the valley, my cultivation wouldn't have broken through to the Heaven Star realm so quickly." I understand now." Hearing Long Rulin's words, Mo Qingyun nodded in response. "Go and call Hanyin over. Don't leave her out in the cold just because you're chatting with me." After exchanging a few more words with Mo Qingyun, Long Rulin gave Mo Qingyun a look, indicating for Mo Qingyun to call Long Hanyin over. Hearing Long Rulin's words, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and immediately walked over to Long Hanyin. A moment later, Mo Qingyun and the other two conversed for a while before Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyin left the Dragon Remorse Valley together. On the way out of the Dragon Remorse Valley, Long Hanyin's expression was heavy, and her tone was a little downcast as she said, "Qingyun, great-grandfather Tianren locked Aunt Rulin in the Dragon Remorse Valley. Are you angry with me because of this?" Hearing Long Hanyin's words, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and replied, "Silly girl, they are them, and you are you. I'm not someone who can't differentiate right from wrong. Why would I be angry with you because of this? Don't overthink it." "Qingyun, thank you." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Hanyin was immediately touched and thanked Mo Qingyun. After that, Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyin spoke a few more words before leaving the Dragon Remorse Valley. After leaving the Dragon Remorse Valley, Mo Qingyun didn't stay any longer. He immediately got up and left the Long Manor, returning to the Tianyin Manor. Mother is a mid-level Heaven Star Realm cultivator. She didn't sense my presence when I used the Door of Concealment in the Dragon Remorse Valley. On the way back to the Tianyin Manor, Mo Qingyun thought to himself, if that's the case, even mid-level Heavenly Star border experts won't be able to sense my existence when I use the Gate of Concealment. Thinking of that, Mo Qingyun immediately rejoiced. He became excited and said, if that's the case, won't it be much more convenient for me to do things in the Profound Ice Palace? I just have to be on guard against high-level Heaven Star Realm cultivators. After a short moment of surprise, Mo Qingyun suddenly had an idea. He exclaimed, "That's right. With the Door of Concealment, even mid-level Heaven Star Realm cultivators won't be able to sense me. Doesn't that mean I can use the Door of Concealment on Qi Lian and have him explore the Blood Refinement Hall?" Mo Qingyun could not wait to return to the Tianyin Mansion when he thought about this. He quickly returned to the Tianyin Mansion. After a while, Mo Qingyun returned to the Tianyin Manor. As soon as he returned to the Tianyin Manor, Mo Qingyun sent a message to Qi Lian, asking him to come see him. "Young lord, why are you looking for me?" After a while, Qi Lian came before Mo Qingyun and asked Mo Qingyun. Hearing Qi Lian's words, Mo Qingyun didn't beat around the bush. He said directly, "I heard you say that you sensed something special in the blood refinement hall." Hearing Mo Qingyun's question, Qi Lian replied, "That's right. I seem to sense a blood slave in the blood refinement hall." Mo Qingyun said, "Recently, I've grasped a new ability. When I use it, I can hide from mid-level Heaven Star Realm cultivators. I'll use it on you now. You can explore the blood refinement hall without worry." "Thank you, young lord." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Qi Lian's eyes immediately lit up. He was pleasantly surprised. After that, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate any longer and directly used his martial soul divine ability on Qi Lian. Under the effect of the door of concealment, Qi Lian immediately disappeared from where he was. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. "All right, you can explore the blood refinement hall now." After using the door of concealment on Qi Lian, Mo Qingyun waved his hand at Qi Lian, indicating for him to go to the blood refinement hall. "Yes, young lord." Hearing Mo Qingyun's order, Qi Lian responded and left the Tianyin Manor. He went to the blood refinement hall. After Qi Lian left the Tianyin Manor, Mo Qingyun returned to his residence and took out a blue pearl from the universe space. This pearl was the black ice spiritual pearl that he had won from Lung Chong during the grand examination. With these black ice spiritual pearls, my water ultimacy should be able to increase faster. Looking at the black ice spiritual pearl in his hand, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and started to refine it. Then, under Mo Qingyun's refinement, the black ice spiritual pearl started to slowly dissipate. When the black ice spiritual pearl was refined and slowly dissipated, Mo Qingyun's body emitted an icy energy. At the same time, Mo Qingyun's comprehension of the water ultimacy also increased rapidly. Several hours later, under Mo Qingyun's continuous refinement, a black ice spiritual pearl was finally completely refined. Level 3 Water Ultimacy. Sensing the increase in his water ultimacy, Mo Qingyun was delighted. He was satisfied with the speed of his cultivation. Then, without hesitation, Mo Qingyun took out another black ice spiritual pearl and prepared to refine it. At this moment, Mo Qingyun was preparing to refine the black ice spiritual pearl to increase his water ultimacy. Qi Lian sent a message to Mo Qingyun, telling Mo Qingyun that he had returned and was waiting outside the house. After receiving Qi Lian's message, Mo Qingyun put away the black ice spiritual pearl and opened the door. Seeing the door open, Qi Lian walked into the house. At this moment, there were 3 other middle-aged men behind Qi Lian. Tang Zhan, Tang Rui, Tang Fingtu quickly greet the master. After Qi Lian walked into the house, his face was cold as he ordered the 3 men behind him. Tang Zhan greets the master. Tang Rui greets the master. Tang Fingtu greets the master. Hearing Qi Lian's order, Tang Zhan and the other 2 men did not dare to hesitate and immediately bowed to Mo Qingyun. 1 Heaven Star Border Stage 4 and 2 Heaven Star Border Stage 3. Seeing the 3's actions, Mo Qingyun revealed a trace of surprise. He was somewhat shocked by the 3's cultivation. After a short moment of shock, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and waved his hand at the 3 men. "You 3 can get up. There's no need to be so polite." "Thank you very much, young lord." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Tang Zhan and the other 2 men's faces were filled with respect. They thanked him and stood up. After Tang Zhan and the others stood up, Qi Lian pointed at them and introduced them to Mo Qingyun. "Tang Zhan was my blood slave in the past, and he's the Hall Master of Blood Refinement Hall now. As for Tang Rui and the others, they're Vice Hall Masters of Blood Refinement Hall, and they've been taken as blood slaves by me." After introducing Tang Zhan and the other 2 men, Qi Lian said, "Young lord, now that the entire blood refining palace is under my control, are we going to take action against the Liu family?" "Not now." Hearing Qi Lian's words, Mo Qingyun waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Try not to let others know about our relationship with the blood-refining palace." "Yes, young lord." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Qi Lian immediately nodded his head in response. "Young lord, I have something to report." At this moment, Han Luo's voice rang out from outside as Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian were talking. Mo Qingyun nodded to Qi Lian when he heard Han Luo's voice. He indicated for him to open the door and let Han Luo in. "Han Luo, speak. What do you have to report?" Mo Qingyun said to Han Luo coldly with a solemn expression when he saw Han Luo enter the room. "Young lord, many experts have arrived outside the Tianyan Manor earlier. They seem to want to harm the Tianyan Manor." Han Luo's face was grim when he heard Mo Qingyun's question. He reported to Mo Qingyun. Boom! As Han Luo was reporting, a loud sound rang out from outside the Tianyan Manor. Following that, the ground shook. Someone was breaking through the formation. The expressions of Mo Qingyun and the others immediately changed when they sensed the disturbance outside the manor. A thought immediately occurred to them. "Let's go out and take a look." Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated. He walked out of the room and entered the Tianyan Manor. As soon as Mo Qingyun entered the Tianyan Manor, he saw familiar figures hovering in the air above the Tianyan Manor. "Qingyun, what's going on? Who are these people?" Mo Hong Tian and the others asked Mo Qingyun worriedly when they saw Mo Qingyun's arrival. "Grandfather, you don't have to worry. Leave this to me." Mo Qingyun smiled faintly when he heard Mo Hong Tian's words of concern. He comforted them and gestured for them not to worry. Mo Hong Tian and the others' expressions turned for the better when they heard Mo Qingyun's words. They did not say anything else. After comforting Mo Hong Tian and the others, Mo Qingyun raised his head and looked at the people in the air above the Tianyan Manor again. The Lu clan. After sizing them up, Mo Qingyun was shocked. His expression then turned cold. He did not expect that the Lu clan would send themselves to him when he did not find trouble with them. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to be merciless. The Heaven Star Border Stage 2 expert beside Lu Yuanzheng doesn't seem to be from the Lu clan. Tang Zhan, who was behind Mo Qingyun, exclaimed in surprise when he was sizing up the people from the Lu clan. Not from the Lu clan. Mo Qingyun's expression changed when he heard Tang Zhan's words. He was surprised by Tang Zhan's words. This person is not from the Lu clan. Could it be that other forces sent people to the Lu clan to deal with me? After a short moment of silence, Mo Qingyun pondered and said in a deep voice, "The only people I've offended in Flame City are the Lu clan, Wang clan, and Lung family. Could this person be from the Lung family and Wang clan?" Tang Zhan's expression turned serious when he heard Mo Qingyun's question. He explained to Mo Qingyun, "Young lord, there are only so many Heaven Star Border Stage 2 experts in Flame City. I have an impression of these people. This person shouldn't be from any of the major forces in Flame City. Not from Flame City." Chapter 372. When the people from the Lu family attacked the Tianyan mansion, many other forces were alerted and hurried over. When the people from these forces arrived and saw the actions of the Lu family, they were immediately shocked. The Lu family was attacking the Tianyan Manor's formation. Were they planning to start a war with the Tianyan Manor? At this moment, everyone was extremely shocked by this scene. Those are the Lu family. They're attacking the Tianyan Manor. It's said that Mo Qingyun's clansmen live in the Tianyan Manor. If that's the case, the Lu family is planning to attack Mo Qingyun's clansmen to take revenge for Mo Qingyun killing Lu Yanjun. I've never seen a Heaven Star Border Stage 2 expert beside Lu Yuanzheng. He doesn't seem to be from Flame Capital. So the Lu family found external help. No wonder they're so arrogant. It seems like there's a mastermind behind them. For a moment, the people from the various major forces began to whisper among themselves. At the same time, the news of the Lu family attacking the Tianyan Manor spread throughout Flame Capital. It didn't take long for the news to spread throughout the entire Flame Capital. What? The Lu family is attacking the Tianyan Manor? Doesn't that mean the Tianyin Manor is in danger? No, we have to go and take a look. We have to stop the Lu family from doing this. Lu Yuanzheng is really bold. This is good too. We can use him to take revenge for Yao Er. When the various forces heard about the Lu family's actions, they all rushed to the Tianyin Manor. At this moment, when the various forces were rushing over, in the Tianyin Manor, Mo Qingyun's face turned cold. He made a decision and said coldly, I don't care if you're sent by Roba or not. Since you dare to attack the Tianyin Manor, you'll all die. Mo Qingyun wouldn't be merciful to his enemies. Moreover, if he killed the Lu family, Qi Lian's cultivation should be able to reach the Heaven Star Border stage too. Mo Qingyun wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to increase Qi Lian's strength. Lu Yuanzheng, I didn't think that when I didn't look for trouble with your Lu family, you would actually send yourselves to me. Mo Qingyun's expression was cold. He looked at Lu Yuanzheng and the others and said coldly, This is good too. It saves me the trouble of going to the Lu clan to get rid of you. Mo Qingyun, are you joking? You want to exterminate our Lu clan? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Yuanzheng immediately burst into laughter and said with disdain, Don't think that I don't know the strength of your Tianyin Manor. I've already investigated your background. Your Tianyin Manor doesn't even have a single Heavenly Dipper Realm expert. A bunch of Pill Palace experts want to destroy my Lu family? Dream on. Really? Hearing Lu Yuanzheng's words, the smile on Mo Qingyun's face deepened. He smiled faintly and said, If that's the case, take a good look and see if there are any Heavenly Dipper Realm experts in my Tianyin Manor. After Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he turned to look at Tang Zhan and said in a deep voice, Tang Zhan, I'll use the hidden door on you later. You will cooperate with Qi Lian to kill the enemies. Yes, young lord. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Tang Zhan's face was filled with respect as he responded to Mo Qingyun. Then, Mo Qingyun cast the hidden door and cast it on Tang Zhan. Then, Tang Zhan's figure disappeared from the spot as he quietly left the Tianyin Manor. Qi Lian, Tang Zhan killed them. Don't let any of them escape. Seeing Tang Zhan use the hidden door, Mo Qingyun's face darkened and he instructed Qi Lian who was beside him. Yes, young lord. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Qi Lian walked out of the Tianyin Manor and prepared to attack the people of the Lu family. Young lord, what are we going to do next? Seeing Mo Qingyun instructing Tang Zhan and Qi Lian, Tang Rui and Tang Fengtu, who were beside Mo Qingyun, asked for help. Don't attack for now. Just wait here quietly in case the Lu family has a backup plan. Mo Qingyun raised his hand in response to Tang Rui and Tang Fengtu's request, indicating that they shouldn't attack for now. Mo Qingyun, you sent an old man at the peak of the 9th level of the Pill Palace out. Are you planning to send him to his death? Seeing Mo Qingyun send Qi Lian out, Lu Yuanzheng immediately sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Qi Lian. Old man, look carefully. Am I at the peak of the 9th level of the Pill Palace? Hearing Lu Yuanzheng's mocking words, Qi Lian revealed a sinister smile and said coldly. Without hesitation, Qi Lian released the demonic Hell Dragon portrait. The moment the demonic Hell Dragon portrait was summoned, it instantly enveloped the people of the Lu family. Under the envelopment of the infernal demonic dragon portrait, the color of the world suddenly changed, as if it had turned into hell. At the same time, scarlet hell demonic dragons flew out from the demonic hell dragon portrait and attacked the people of the Lu family. These hell demonic dragons were extremely powerful, and each of them was comparable to a Heaven Star Border Realm expert. Under their attack, the people of the Lu family immediately fell into a passive position. This is the Heaven Star portrait, the demonic hell dragon portrait. Seeing that they were enveloped by Qi Lian's Heaven Star portrait, the people of the Lu family changed their expressions and revealed a look of fear. They had never imagined that there would be a Heaven Star Border Realm expert in the Tianyin Manor. Moreover, this Heaven Star Border Realm expert's Heaven Star portrait was so powerful. Everyone, don't hold back. Quickly summon the Heaven Star portrait to block it. After a short moment of shock, Lu Yuanzheng and the others summoned the Heaven Star portrait to block the attacks of the Hell demonic dragons. The demonic Hell dragon portrait. This old man actually condensed such a powerful Heaven Star portrait. It seems like the Qi young lord has underestimated the Tianyin manner. Seeing the appearance of Qi Lian's Heaven Star Border Realm Level 2 expert beside Lu Yuanzheng also changed his expression. Bang! Just then, while the Heaven Star Border Realm Level 2 expert was still in shock, a shocking palm energy landed on him and blasted into his body instantly. As soon as this palm energy entered his body, it instantly destroyed his internal organs, causing him to fall into a state of eternal damnation. Middle-level Heaven Star Border Realm. How is this possible? Feeling the domineering palm energy entering his body, the Heaven Star Border Realm Level 2 expert's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only did the Tianyin manor have the old man who condensed the terrifying Heaven Star portrait, but there was also a middle-level Heaven Star Border Realm expert. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his information was too wrong. But now, he no longer had the chance to regret. He could only widen his eyes and fall from the sky unwillingly. What? Protector Xianfang is dead. Seeing the Heaven Star Border Realm Level 2 expert fall from the sky, Lu Yuanzheng and the others' faces twitched in horror. They were the strongest, but Xianfang, a Heaven Star Border Realm Level 2 expert, was killed in the blink of an eye. This scene was too abnormal. How could this be? At this moment, Lu Yuanzheng's face was filled with panic, and he went crazy. Didn't they say that the Tianyin manor didn't even have a Heaven Star Border Realm expert? Why did a Heaven Star Border Realm expert appear in the blink of an eye? Moreover, there was an even more terrifying one hidden in the dark. Lu Yuanzheng and the others had never thought of such a situation even in their dreams. At this moment, while Lu Yuanzheng and the others were terrified, another late-stage Heaven Star Border Realm Level 1 expert was killed silently. Seeing this scene, the Lu family's members were terrified to the extreme. Their faces turned ashen. At this moment, they were finally afraid. They didn't know who would be the next to attack them and when. This kind of fear of the unknown was the most terrifying. At this moment, while the Lu family's members were terrified, below the Tianyin manor, the people from the various major forces were also dumbfounded. Disbelief rose in their hearts. In their opinion, the Tianyin manor should be the weaker party. But the current situation? The entire situation was reversed. The Lu family was completely in a situation where they were being slaughtered. They couldn't resist at all. This kind of situation was really beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, a thought rose in everyone's mind. The Tianyin manor was going to rise. The Tianyin manor was going to step on the bones of the Lu family and rise to become a first-rate force in Flame City. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that they seemed to have underestimated the power of the Tianyin manor. They had underestimated Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun wasn't simple at all. At this moment, everyone gave Mo Qingyun an evaluation in their hearts. While everyone was still in shock, the battle in midair was about to come to an end. Now, only Lu Yuanzheng and the two Heaven Star Border Realm experts from the Lu family were still alive. Seeing that the people who came with him were all slaughtered in the blink of an eye, Lu Yuanzheng's face was filled with despair. He couldn't believe that this was real. They had a total of 5 Heaven Star Border Realm experts and dozens of Pill Palace Realm experts on this trip, but they were all slaughtered in an instant. At the thought of this, Lu Yuanzheng's heart was filled with bitterness. He revealed a pained expression. Of course, other than pain, Lu Yuanjing's heart was filled with fear and terror. Mo Qingyun, we were wrong. I beg you to give us a chance to change. Lu Yuanjing's face was filled with fear as he begged Mo Qingyun. As long as you let me go, I will definitely not hold a grudge against you for killing Lu Yuanjing. No. As long as you don't kill us, we can submit to the Tianyin manor and become their dogs. As though he felt that what he said earlier was wrong, Lu Yuanjun immediately begged Mo Qingyun for mercy again. Become Tianyin manor's dogs? Hearing Lu Yuanjing's words, Mo Qingyun revealed a mocking expression and said disdainfully, "Dogs like you who call people master the moment you see them aren't fit to be Tianyan Manor's guards. Therefore, all of you should just die." Chapter 373. "Yes, young lord." Qi Lian responded and immediately sneered as he charged into the infernal demon dragon portrait to kill Lu Yuanzheng and the others. Tang Zhan also assisted from his side. Lu Yuanzheng and the others were unable to resist the joint attack of Qi Lian and Tang Zhan. They were killed by the two of them. Mo Qingyun, the mysterious ice palace won't let you off for killing us. Before Lu Yuanzheng died, his face was filled with bitter resentment as he said these cold words to Mo Qingyun. "It really is the mysterious ice palace." Mo Qingyun's expression turned cold when he heard Lu Yuanzheng's words. He said with some surprise, "I didn't expect Roba to act so quickly and plant people in Flame Capital. It seems like I have to be more careful in the future." After thinking for a short while, Mo Qingyun sneered and said disdainfully, "I even killed Roba's daughter. Do you think I'll be afraid of adding a few more to the list?" At this moment, while Mo Qingyun was sneering, Qi Lian flashed across the sky. In the air, Qi Lian's figure flashed, and he quickly flew down to the Tianyan mansion to collect the corpses of Lu Yuanzheng and the others. These corpses were heaven-defying cultivation elixirs to him. He couldn't waste them like this. When Qi Lian collected the corpses, a terrifying aura quickly approached the Tianyan mansion. Mo Qingyun frowned when he sensed the approaching aura. He instructed Tang Zhan and the others, "Tang Zhan, retreat first. Don't appear in front of others for the time being." "Yes, young lord." Tang Zhan and the others responded and quickly retreated into the house when they heard Mo Qingyun's instructions. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Several figures appeared above the Tianyan mansion. They were all experts from various factions in Flame Capital. "Everyone, why have you come to my Tianyan mansion?" Mo Qingyun asked with a calm expression as he looked at the people in the sky above the Tianyan mansion. Mo Qingyun is fine. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the people in the sky above the Tianyan mansion were all stunned. Didn't they say that the Lu clan had attacked the Tianyan mansion to take revenge on Mo Qingyun? Why was Mo Qingyun fine, but the Lu clan was nowhere to be seen? This scene was too abnormal. After a brief moment of shock, Huang Zhongyue was puzzled. He looked at Mo Qingyun and asked, "Qingyun, are they from the Lu clan?" After Huang Zhongyue spoke, the others also revealed curious expressions as they waited for Mo Qingyun's reply. "He's been killed." In response to Huang Zhongyue's question, Mo Qingyun's expression was calm as he replied bluntly. In Mo Qingyun's opinion, the battle just now had been seen by many people. Even if he wanted to hide it, it was impossible. Already killed? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, everyone's expressions immediately twitched. They were extremely shocked by this result. Everyone from the Lu clan was killed? How is this possible? According to the previous rumors, the Lu clan had come with great momentum this time and had sent out 5 Heaven Starborder experts. The Tianyan mansion had killed 5 Heaven Starborder experts. How is this possible? After a brief moment of shock, Huang Zhongyue's face was filled with shock. He looked at Mo Qingyun and exclaimed, "Qingyun, you mean that you killed 5 Heaven Starborder experts from the Lu clan?" "That's right." In response to Huang Zhongyue's question, Mo Qingyun nodded coldly and said in a deep voice, since they dared to attack the Tianyan mansion, they should be prepared to be killed. Mo Qingyun actually killed 5 Heavenly Dipper realm powerhouses from the Lu family. Hearing Mo Qingyun's reply, everyone got the answer in their hearts and was even more shocked. Immediately after, the way they looked at Mo Qingyun changed drastically. They seemed to have underestimated Mo Qingyun and the Tianyan mansion behind him again. The Tianyan mansion actually had the ability to kill 5 Heaven Starborder experts. In other words, the Tianyan mansion's current strength was already worthy of being a first-rate force. This news was simply too shocking. At this moment, while everyone was still in shock, Mo Qingyun's expression was cold as he instructed Qi Lian, Qi Lian, tell Han Luo and the rest to follow me to the Liu clan. Follow me to the Liu clan. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, everyone's expression changed. They were shocked by Mo Qingyun's current actions. Was Mo Qingyun going to pay back the Liu family by uprooting the Liu family? Mo Qingyun, aren't you going overboard by killing so many people in Flame City? After a short moment of silence, Lung Wanhai's expression turned cold as he looked at Mo Qingyun. He said coldly, "Don't tell me you want to openly destroy the peace of Flame City? Or are you saying that you don't even care about the major families in Flame City?" The Liu clan was a vassal force of the Lung family. They were the right-hand men of the Lung family. Lung Wanhai couldn't watch as the Liu clan was destroyed by Mo Qingyun. Even if the Liu clan had lost their Heaven Star border expert, they couldn't be easily destroyed by Mo Qingyun. Otherwise, no other family would dare to rely on the Lung family in the future. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Hearing Lung Wanhai's words, Mo Qingyun sneered. "Old dog of the Lung family, let me ask you now, when the Liu clan attacked my Tianyan mansion, where was the Lung family? Don't tell me their actions aren't destroying the peace of Flame City?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lung Wanhai was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to refute Mo Qingyun. Seeing that Lung Wanhai was at a loss for words, Mo Qingyun sneered. He looked at Lung Wanhai and said, "Old dog of the Lung family, there's a limit to my patience. If you don't want the Lung family to follow in the footsteps of the Liu clan, get lost now. Don't spout nonsense here." Mo Qingyun was threatening Lung Wanhai. Seeing Mo Qingyun's attitude, everyone was shocked. They almost couldn't believe that this was true. The Lung family was one of the 5 major powers in Flame City. Mo Qingyun actually said that he wanted to destroy the Lung family. His actions were too domineering and crazy. Arrogant brat. Don't think that you can be arrogant in Flame City just because you killed a few Heaven Star border experts from the Liu clan. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lung Wanhai's expression darkened. He said coldly, "For the peace of the major families in Flame City, the Lung family will get rid of a threat for Flame City today. Otherwise, the Tianyan Manor will cause trouble in the future." Lung Wanhai slammed his palm down on the Tianyan Manor, trying to break the formation of the Tianyan Manor. Perhaps because of the previous lesson, Lung Wanhai didn't aim his palm at Mo Qingyun. Instead, he aimed it at other places in the Tianyan Manor. It seemed like Lung Wanhai was still fearful of the long-browed Grand Elder's attack. Lung Wanhai stopped. Seeing Lung Wanhai attack, Huang Zhongyue's face darkened and he shouted coldly. Then, Huang Zhongyue tried to stop him. However, Lung Wanhai was too fast. He was still a step too late. Bang! Lung Wanhai slammed his palm down on the Tianyan Manor's formation. There was a loud bang, and a terrifying Yuan power burst out. What shocked everyone was that the Tianyan Manor's formation didn't break under Lung Wanhai's attack. It was too shocking that Lung Wanhai couldn't break the Tianyan Manor's formation with his late-stage Heaven Star border cultivation. After realizing this, Lung Wanhai's face darkened. He said coldly, "So you asked Hall Master Bien of the Formation Hall to help the Tianyan Manor set up a defensive formation. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." In Lung Wanhai's opinion, Bien Lingbao valued Mo Qingyun very much. It should be Mo Qingyun who asked him to set up a defensive formation in the Tianyan Manor. Hearing Lung Wanhai's words, everyone looked curiously at Bien Lingbao, who was behind Huang Zhongyue. At this moment, Huang Zhongyue also looked curiously at Bien Lingbao like everyone else. He asked, "Hall Master Bien, when did you set up a defensive formation in the Tianyan Manor for Mo Qingyun?" Seeing everyone's gaze, Bien Lingbao looked depressed. He smiled bitterly and said, "Dean, I didn't set up this formation. If I'm not wrong, it should be Mo Qingyun who set it up himself." Mo Qingyun set it up himself. Hearing Bien Lingbao's words, everyone was shocked. They couldn't accept this result. How old was Mo Qingyun? He wasn't even 20 years old. A brat who wasn't even 20 years old could set up a formation that could withstand the full force attack of a Heaven Star border cultivator. This was simply too shocking. While everyone was shocked, Bien Lingbao continued to smile bitterly. The defensive formations of the Tianyin Manor may not be of high grade, but the way they've set them up is extremely ingenious. They've combined several low-grade formations to reach the might of a high-grade formation. Even I can't do something like that. Hearing Bien Lingbao's words, everyone was speechless. There was only more shock in their hearts. Hearing Bien Lingbao's words, it seemed like Mo Qingyun's attainments and formations were above his. A young man who wasn't even 20 years old had attainments and formations that surpassed those who had studied formations for hundreds of years. One had to admit that this talent was too terrifying. Compared to everyone else's shock, the faces of the Lung clan's people instantly turned gloomy. Their killing intent towards Mo Qingyun became even stronger. This brat couldn't be left alive. At this moment, the same thought arose in the Lung family's hearts. In the Lung family's opinion, with Mo Qingyun's terrifying talent, it would be a terrifying thing if they couldn't get rid of him before he spread his wings. Mo Qingyun, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're good at formations. After calming down, Lung Wanhai's expression turned even colder. He looked at Mo Qingyun and said coldly, "If you want to use formations to protect them, the Tianyin Manor's people will have to hide in their formations like cowards for the rest of their lives. Lung family old dog, don't be too proud. It won't be long before your Lung family will be cowards, hiding in the Lung Manor and not daring to come out." Mo Qingyun replied playfully. He then added, "Also, I'll bring my men to the Liu family now. I'd like to see what you can do to me." As soon as Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the Tianyin mansion, ignoring the people from the Long clan. Chapter 374. Mo Qingyun, you're all courting death. Lung Wanhai's face darkened when he saw that Mo Qingyun had ignored him and walked out of the Tianyin Manor. He raised his hand and attacked Mo Qingyun. When Lung Wanhai attacked, a bloody light appeared in midair and quickly condensed into a human figure. It was a Heavenly Dipper shadow clone. It was a mid-level Heavenly Dipper expert. Seeing this figure appear, everyone was shocked, and their expressions were filled with reverence. It's been a while since we last met. The Lung family is getting more and more arrogant. As soon as the doppelganger appeared, it mocked Lung Wanhai and raised its hand to strike at him. Then, a huge bloody palm covered the sky and pressed down from above Lung Wanhai. Bang! Lung Wanhai didn't even have the strength to resist the huge bloody palm that came crushing down on him. He was blasted away by the powerful force. Puff! Under this palm, Lung Wanhai immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face paled. After a while, Lung Wanhai stabilized himself and looked at the figure in the bloody light. He exclaimed, "Tang Zhan, you've broken through to the mid-level Heavenly Dipper realm?" Everyone was shocked when they heard Lung Wanhai's words. They were shocked by Tang Zhan's cultivation. There was a rumor in Flame City that Tang Zhan's cultivation had reached the mid-level Heavenly Dipper realm. However, everyone was skeptical and didn't believe it. Now, it seemed that the rumor was true. Tang Zhan's cultivation had really broken through to the mid-level Heavenly Dipper realm. Of course, what shocked everyone even more was that Tang Zhan actually stood up for Mo Qingyun. Tang Zhan was infamous in Flame City. Now, he was helping Mo Qingyun. It had to be said that this scene was too strange. Everyone couldn't help but ponder deeply. Lung Qingfeng can break through to the mid-level Heavenly Dipper realm. Can I, Tang Zhan, break through to the mid-level Heavenly Dipper realm? At this moment, when everyone was shocked, Tang Zhan responded to Lung Wanhai with a faint smile. Everyone was shocked when they heard Tang Zhan's words. They were shocked by the news. The old ancestor of the Lung family, Lung Qingfeng, had also broken through to the middle stage of the Heavenly Dipper realm. This was too surprising. In that case, the Lung family's strength would surpass the Yi and Long families and be on the same level as the Blood Refinement Palace. Tang Zhan, don't tell me you think that you can interfere with my Lung family's affairs just because you've broken through to the middle level of Heavenly Dipper? At this moment, Lung Wanhai revealed a gloomy expression as he spoke coldly to Tang Zhan. So what if I interfere? Tang Zhan sneered in response to Lung Wanhai's threat. He disdainfully said, "Others might be afraid of your Lung family, but I, Tang Zhan, am not afraid of your Lung family. Palace Master Tang, there's no need to waste words with them. Follow me to the Lu clan." As soon as Tang Zhan finished speaking, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and walked toward the Lu clan. Okay. After Tang Zhan heard this, he nodded with a faint smile. Seeing that Mo Qingyun intended to go to the Lu clan, Lung Wanhai's face immediately sank, and he intended to stop him again. Get lost. However, before Lung Wanhai could do anything, Tang Zhan attacked the Lung family again. Bang, bang, bang. Facing Tang Zhan's attack, Lung Wanhai and the rest were sent flying. Their faces were pale, and they spat out blood. Their injuries worsened again. Tang Zhan, the Lung family will remember what you did today. After being hit by Tang Zhan again, Lung Wanhai didn't dare to stay any longer. He said to the people around him, "Let's go." Then, Lung Wanhai led the Lung family and left the Tianyin Manor quickly. Let's go to the Lu clan. Seeing that the Lung family had left, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate and immediately walked toward the Lu clan. After a while, Mo Qingyun and the rest arrived at the Lu clan. As soon as they arrived at the Lu clan, Mo Qingyun asked Han Luo and the rest to surround the Lu clan to prevent them from escaping. "Qilian, you guys do it. Don't let anyone escape." Seeing that Han Luo and the rest had surrounded the Lu clan, Mo Qingyun didn't waste any more time and ordered Qilian. "Yes, young lord." Hearing Mo Qingyun's order, Qilian responded and led the rest into the Lu clan. After a few hours, there was no one left alive in the Lu clan. At this point, the Lu clan, one of the first-rate forces in Ignispolis, was wiped out. Seeing this scene, everyone felt like they were in a dream. It didn't feel real. The Lu clan was one of the most powerful forces in Ignispolis. However, it was destroyed in the hands of a young man who wasn't even 20 years old. This kind of result really made people sigh endlessly. From now on, the Tianyin Manor is officially at war with the Lung family. After eliminating the Lu clan, Mo Qingyun's expression was cold. He looked at the surrounding families and said, "Any family that is on good terms with the Lung family is an enemy of the Tianyin Manor. I hope that all the family leaders will consider this carefully. This kid is really domineering." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lin Tang smiled faintly and sighed. Although his way of doing things is a little arrogant, his words can't be underestimated. Hearing Lin Tang's words, Huang Zhongyue's expression became serious. He sighed and said, "However, his daring character is quite admirable. Actually, what surprised me the most is that this kid is actually related to the blood refining hall. This is really unexpected." Bian Lingbao was shocked. He still couldn't believe that Tang Zhan would help Mo Qingyun. Hearing Bian Lingbao's words, Huang Zhongyue and the rest immediately had the same expression. They were also surprised by this matter. At this moment, while Bian Lingbao and the rest were talking, Mo Qingyun's expression became serious. He turned to Lin Tang and said in a deep voice, "Master, disciple is going to look for the 1,000-year ice lotus. I'm afraid I won't be able to go to the Wind Hall in a short period of time. I would like to ask for leave from you." "Don't worry. You don't have to worry too much about the Tianyin Manor. We will take care of it for you." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lin Tang smiled faintly and comforted Mo Qingyun. He already understood the situation with Ruoshui. He could understand Mo Qingyun's current plan. He could also understand Mo Qingyun's feelings. Of course, the most important thing was that Mo Qingyun's wind ultimacy had reached perfection. There was no difference whether he went to the academy or not. "Thank you, Master." Hearing Lin Tang's words, Mo Qingyun revealed a grateful expression and thanked Lin Tang. Next, Mo Qingyun, Lin Tang, and the rest chatted for a while before Lin Tang and the rest returned to the Hidden Dragon Academy. After Lin Tang and the rest left, the people from the other large clans also left one after another. "Young lord, what should we do next?" Seeing the people from the various large clans leave, Qi Lian's expression was cold as he asked Mo Qingyun. Hearing Qi Lian's words, Mo Qingyun's expression became thoughtful. After pondering for a moment, he said, Qilian, take everyone back to the Tianyan Manor first. I'll go take care of some matters. Young lord, you've offended the Lung family too much this time. This subordinate is worried that they will harm you. Let me go with you. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Tang Zhan revealed a worried expression. He asked Mo Qingyun for instructions. No need. Mo Qingyun waved his hand and rejected Tang Zhan's request. He said, You won't be able to help me with this matter. Instead, you'll alert them. I'll go alone. All right, you can go back first. If there's anything, I'll send a message to you. As soon as Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he used the concealment door on himself and disappeared on the spot. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Qi Lian and the others no longer insisted. They all stood up and returned to the Tianyan Manor. Lung family, do you really think that I, Mo Qingyun, am easy to bully? Today, I'll give you a great gift. After separating from Qi Lian and the others, Mo Qingyun smiled playfully and quickly made his way to the Lung family. A quarter of an hour later, Mo Qingyun arrived outside the Lung clan's residence. The smile on his face grew even wider. 9 temples, graft your souls with mine. Glancing at the Lung manor before him, Mo Qingyun smiled brilliantly and sent a message to the 9 temples. Young lord, are you planning to? The 9 temples' expression changed when they heard Mo Qingyun's message. They exclaimed in surprise. With his understanding of Mo Qingyun and the current situation, he could vaguely guess what Mo Qingyun was planning. If he guessed correctly, Mo Qingyun was planning to set up a formation outside the Lung Manor. Setting up a formation in front of someone else's home was far too vicious. You guessed correctly. I'm planning to set up a formation outside the Lung Manor. Seeing that the 9 temples had guessed his plan, Mo Qingyun did not try to hide it. He smiled in anticipation. If the Lung family members are killed by a formation in front of their own home, it should be quite interesting. After that, Mo Qingyun and the 9 temples exchanged a few words and began to set up a formation outside the Lung Manor. Due to the lack of materials on hand, the formations Mo Qingyun was setting up were not high grade. They were only level 4 formations. However, even though they were only level 4 formations, it was more than enough to deal with the younger generation of the Lung family. As for the old fogies from the Pill Palace and Big Dipper, Mo Qingyun did not plan to deal with them. In Mo Qingyun's opinion, the younger generation was the key to a family. The death of a few outstanding juniors would hurt the Lung family more than the death of a few old fogies with no potential. Just like that, a few hours passed. Mo Qingyun stopped what he was doing, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He smiled faintly and said, Although I've only set up 17 4th-level formations, it should be enough to make the Lung clan suffer. After saying that, Mo Qingyun did not stay any longer and returned to the Tianyan Manor. After returning to the Tianyan Manor, Mo Qingyun gave Qi Lian and the others some instructions and prepared to head to the Mystic Ice Palace. Young lord, the province is extremely dangerous. Why don't you let Tang Zhan go with you? Qi Lian suggested to Mo Qingyun when he heard that Mo Qingyun planned to head to the Mystic Ice Palace alone. No need. In the province, mid-tier Big Dipper experts can be seen everywhere. With Tang Zhan's cultivation, he won't be of much help. Mo Qingyun raised his hand to reject Qi Lian's suggestion. He said in a low voice, Moreover, I plan to sneak into the Mystic Ice Palace as a disciple. It's inconvenient to have Tang Zhan with me. Chapter 375. The next day, when Mo Qingyun was on his way to the province, as one of the 5 superpowers of Flame Capital, the Lung family had done something shocking. More than 10 killing arrays had been set up at the entrance of the Lung residence, killing nearly 100 Yuan Dan and True Energy Realm juniors. This was a great humiliation to the Lung family. As the news spread, everyone began to guess who the person who set up the arrays was. To dare set up a killing array at the entrance of the Lung family and kill the juniors of the Lung family, one had to admit that this person was too bold. Who do you think has the guts to set up a killing array at the entrance of the Lung family? It could be the Hall Master and Elders of the Array Hall in Dine Province. Other than them, no one else has this kind of ability. Who says no one? Mo Qingyun's mastery of arrays is not inferior to the Dine Province's Hall Master and Elders. Mo Qingyun, the one who got first place in the grand examination? I heard that his relationship with the Lung family is like fire and water. The possibility of him being the culprit is very high. Under the constant guesses of the crowd, Mo Qingyun was immediately pushed to the center of attention. The reason why everyone suspected Mo Qingyun was mainly because Mo Qingyun had a bad relationship with the Lung family, so he definitely had the motive to do this. Moreover, Mo Qingyun had the support of the Blood Refining Hall, so he didn't have to fear the Lung family. In addition, his mastery of arrays was extremely high. As a result, the possibility of Mo Qingyun doing this was raised to the extreme. Mo Qingyun, you've gone too far. Do you really think that the Lung family won't dare to touch you just because you're related to the Blood Refining Hall? Lung Tianya's expression was twisted, revealing a gloomy expression as he spoke angrily. The other elders of the Lung family were also feeling the same as Lung Tianya. They wanted nothing more than to skin Mo Qingyun alive and pull out his tendons. This kid is really daring. He actually went to the entrance of the Lung residence and set up a formation. After learning about the Lung family, Lin Tang smiled bitterly. He was shocked by this. Based on his understanding of Mo Qingyun, other than Mo Qingyun, no one else would dare to do such a thing. The Lung family made a huge mistake by offending Mo Qingyun. I'm afraid they'll have a headache this time. In the imperial palace of Yin City, Yi Jingtian immediately revealed a gloating smile when he heard about what happened to Mo Qingyun. This Mo Qingyun is really a troublemaker. He hasn't been in Yin City for long, and he's already stirring up trouble. After hearing about the Lung family, Long Tincho's expression turned cold. There was a hint of displeasure in his eyes as he instructed a middle-aged man beside him. Yang, I heard that Han Yin and Mo Qingyun are very close recently. Go and remind her to keep a distance from Mo Qingyun in the future. Yes. After hearing Long Tincho's words, Long Yang nodded and said in a deep voice, Mo Qingyun is arrogant because of his talent. Now that he's with the Blood Refining Hall, we can't let Han Yin be with him. We don't want to cause unnecessary trouble for the Long family. On the day of the day, in a secluded room, an old man holding a golden book slowly walked in. He smiled faintly at the girl in the room and said, Xiaoya, that kid has already gone to the state region. Should we also set off? He's going to the state region? After hearing the old man's words, the girl was surprised. She was somewhat shocked by the old man's words. If this old man's guess is correct, that brat's trip to the prefectural region should be for the 1,000-year ice lotus. The old man smiled mysteriously. He stroked his beard and said, However, even in the province region, it seems that only the profound ice palace has this 1,000-year ice lotus. It seems like that kid is heading to the profound ice palace. Ah, he's going to the black ice palace. Isn't he walking right into a trap? After hearing the old man's words, Xiaoya's body immediately trembled. She said with a worried expression, Master, you have to help him. If Roba knows that he has entered the Black Ice Palace, he will be in great danger. You little girl, you only care about your little lover. Hearing the young girl's words, the old man smiled dotingly. With a deep smile, he said, Don't worry, I've already left a soul imprint on his body. If he is in any danger, this old man will lend a hand. The old man changed the topic and said, However, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of shocking action this kid will do after entering the Black Ice Palace. It should be interesting. Perhaps there will be some interesting stories. Master, you only know about stories. After hearing the old man's words, the girl revealed a strange expression. She glared at the old man and urged, We don't dare to delay any longer. Let's return to the state region immediately. Okay, let's return to the state region. Seeing the girl's actions, the old man smiled faintly and shook his head. He revealed a smile of anticipation and said, The newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. For a beauty, he is willing to enter the tiger's den. What a loyal kid. Not bad, not bad. After muttering to himself, the old man left the room with Xiaoya. They left the Heavenly Book restaurant in Yin capital. At this moment, all the major factions in Yin capital were in an uproar because of the Lung family's matter. As the culprit, Mo Qingyun had already embarked on his journey to the state region. He was walking alone on the main road. On the way to the state region, Mo Qingyun let his incarnation take his place while he stayed in the Heixian Palace to cultivate. In the Heixian Palace, Missouri Qingyun held a black ice spirit pearl in his hand and was working hard to refine it. He planned to refine all of the profound ice spirit beads in his possession while he was on his way to the state domain. Just like that, time passed by as Mo Qingyun hurried along and refined the black ice spirit pearl. 2 days later, under Mo Qingyun's all-out refinement, the profound ice spirit bead was refined by him. After refining this black ice spirit pearl, Mo Qingyun's comprehension of the profundity of water was only one step away from the 4th level. 5 days later, another black ice spirit pearl was refined by Mo Qingyun. After refining this black ice spirit pearl, Mo Qingyun's profundity of water finally entered the 4th level. 10 days later, the remaining 2 profound ice spirit beads in Mo Qingyun's possession were also completely refined by him. After refining these 2 black ice spirit pearls, Mo Qingyun's profundity of water successfully entered the 5th level. At this moment, he had refined all the black ice spirit pearls he won from Lungchong. Seeing that the black ice spirit pearls were completely refined, Mo Qingyun sighed in his heart and thought to himself, "Now that I have refined all the black ice spirit pearls, it will be difficult to continue improving my profundity of water quickly. Right? I have been unable to refine the 5-colored small pagoda that I obtained from the 5-direction palace. I wonder if I can refine it now." At this moment, Mo Qingyun suddenly thought of the 5-colored small pagoda. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out the 5-colored small pagoda. After taking out the 5-colored small pagoda, Mo Qingyun tried to refine it. However, the result was the same. Whether it was Yuan Li or Soul Power, Mo Qingyun could not refine it. It seems that I will have to try again when I reach the advanced Yuan Dan stage if I want to refine this 5-colored small pagoda. Seeing that he still could not refine the 5-colored small pagoda, Mo Qingyun felt a little disappointed. He sighed and kept the 5-colored small pagoda. After keeping the 5-colored small pagoda, Mo Qingyun continued to cultivate as he hurried on his journey. 5 days later, a huge river with no end in sight appeared in front of Mo Qingyun's eyes. The Sky Creek River was the boundary between the prefecture and the surrounding dynasties. As long as he crossed the Sky Creek River, he could enter the prefecture. The Sky Creek River. As long as I cross the Sky Creek River, I can enter the prefecture. Looking at the huge river in front of him, Mo Qingyun's face lit up with joy. A sense of anticipation rose in his heart. Immediately, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and walked towards the ferry at the side. Beside the Sky Creek River, there were many ferries that were responsible for transporting people from the various dynasties into the prefecture. At this moment, beside the ferry not far in front of him, a huge ship was docked. This was the Sea Shark that transported people into the prefecture. It was said that the Sea Shark was extremely fast. Even the flying speed of a Heaven Star Border Realm expert was not half as fast as it. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun was walking towards the ferry, clop, 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 there was a rush of horse hooves rushing towards the ferry. Then, Mo Qingyun saw a group of blue-clothed guards, riding on red demonic horses and driving a green carriage towards the ferry. As soon as these people arrived, the blue-clothed guards quickly dismounted from their horses and rudely pushed the people around the ferry aside to make a path for the carriage to pass through. Although the surrounding people were furious at the actions of these guards, none of them dared to speak out. These people seemed to be the royal guards of the Grand Xian dynasty. They should be escorting people into the prefecture. I heard that the Grand Xian Dynasty's Princess Xuanfei is going to participate in the ice trials of the profound ice palace this time. If that's the case, the lady in the green carriage should be the Grand Xian Dynasty's Princess Xuanfei. I heard that the Princess Xuanfei is extremely beautiful. If I can see her, even if I die, I'll accept it. After the crowd retreated to the side, they whispered softly with respect and desire on their faces. At this moment, as everyone was talking, a white-clothed lady walked out of the green carriage that stopped at the ferry. As soon as this lady appeared, she emitted a cold aura. She slowly walked up the sea shark beside the ferry. She should be the Grand Xian Dynasty's Princess Xuanfei. As Xuanfei walked onto the sea shark, the guards hurriedly followed. After a moment, after the Princess Xuanfei and the others walked onto the sea shark, the others paid the fee and boarded the sea shark to cross the river. What? Wasn't it 1,000 pill palace crystals per ride? Why is it 10,000 pill palace crystals this time? At this moment, a person heard the price of riding the sea shark and spoke in dissatisfaction. If you don't want to ride, then scram. If you speak any more nonsense, we'll kill you. Hearing this person's dissatisfaction, the person in charge of collecting the fee immediately spoke arrogantly. Hearing this person's words, the person who spoke in dissatisfaction immediately shut his mouth and obediently handed over 10,000 pill palace crystals. There was no helping it. These people were all disciples of the prefecture's major powers. They weren't people they could offend. Chapter 376. After boarding the sea shark, Mo Qingyun looked at the sea shark curiously. The body of this sea shark is actually made of 10,000 years iron essence. After sizing it up, Mo Qingyun revealed a surprised expression and exclaimed, "It seems that it will cost a lot to build this sea shark ship." Although 10,000 years iron essence was not rare, it was an extremely tough material for making weapons. It could withstand the attack of a Heavenly Dipper Realm expert. Therefore, it was often used to forge large vehicles, or to forge ships, or to forge spaceships. After looking at the sea shark, Mo Qingyun followed the others and walked into the cabin. The interior of the sea shark was very spacious. There were almost 1,000 seats for the passengers. Other than the seats in the cabin, there were also some individual rooms. One could stay in them as long as they paid an additional fee. The price of these rooms was not low. Staying in one of them for a day would cost 1,000 elixir crystals. It will take about a month to reach the province from here. If I stay here, I will have to pay 30,000 elixir crystals. Looking at the cost of the individual rooms, Mo Qingyun calculated silently in his heart. After thinking about it briefly, Mo Qingyun finally decided not to stay in the individual rooms. Although 30,000 elixir crystals was a lot, it was not a big problem for Mo Qingyun now. After plundering the Liu family's wealth, Mo Qingyun's pockets had become much richer. He could still take out 30,000 elixir crystals. However, with his current cultivation at the second level of the Yuan Dan realm, if he took out too many elixir crystals, he would definitely be coveted by others. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Mo Qingyun thought that it was better to keep a low profile for now. After all, he was going to the mysterious ice palace. It was better not to cause any trouble for now. Then, Mo Qingyun stopped thinking about it. He found an empty seat, sat down, and closed his eyes to cultivate. Thus, Mo Qingyun spent the rest of the time cultivating. Half a month later, under Mo Qingyun's wholehearted cultivation, his water profound had improved greatly. If there were no accidents, he should be able to reach the 6th level in half a month. After this discovery, Mo Qingyun put in even more effort in his cultivation and wholeheartedly focused on comprehending the profundity of water. 10 days later, at this moment, the aura of Mo Qingyun, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly swelled up and emitted a mysterious power. As soon as this power appeared, Mo Qingyun's face lit up and he excitedly opened his eyes. Level 6 Water Profound. After 25 days of cultivation, his water profound had finally broken through to the 6th level. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, while Mo Qingyun was rejoicing, the sea shark's hull suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Why is the ship shaking violently? We seem to have encountered bandits. They specialize in intercepting ships on the river and robbing the passengers of their wealth. What do we do now? I heard that these bandits are extremely cruel and kill without batting an eyelid. At this moment, everyone on the sea shark revealed a panicked expression and spoke in panic. At this moment, while everyone was panicking, the blue-clothed guards of the great Xian kingdom quickly walked in front of everyone. Everyone, we will now recruit some guard from among you to protect Her Highness the Princess. After these guards arrived, a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm middle-aged man said with a cold expression, after successfully sending the princess into the Mystic Ice Palace, the Pill Palace guards will be rewarded with 100,000 inner core crystals, and the Yuan Dan guards will be rewarded with 10,000 inner core crystals. The guard captain continued, also, those who perform well will have the opportunity to follow the princess into the Mystic Ice Palace to cultivate. Everyone, this opportunity is rare and you must not miss it. Just 10,000 inner core crystals, and you want us to risk our lives to protect the princess? You must be dreaming. I will not do it. Idiot, do you think that those bandits will let you go if you don't protect the princess? Actually, when we are protecting the princess, we are also relying on the blue-clothed guards to protect ourselves. Then what are we waiting for? If Princess Xuanfei takes a fancy to us and takes us into the Mystic Ice Palace, we will be rich. At this moment, everyone's expression was agitated as they rushed to sign up. Of course, there were also some who were disdainful and were unwilling to take this risk. Brat scrammed to the side. Don't hinder me from signing up for guards. A rude and unreasonable voice came from behind Mo Qingyun, following which, that person raised his hand and punched towards Mo Qingyun. Seeing the other party's action, Mo Qingyun's face instantly darkened. Mo Qingyun was clear that if he was hit by this person's palm, an ordinary second-level Yuan Dan Realm cultivator would definitely be severely injured. Mysterious Ice Saber. Seeing the other party's ruthless attack, Mo Qingyun did not hold back anymore. He raised his hand and punched toward the other party, following which, an icy blue saber ray with an icy aura blasted towards the other party. Bang! As soon as the saber collided, a muffled sound was heard and a shocking fluctuation of origin energy was emitted. Thump, thump, thump. At the same time, the fifth-level Yuan Dan Realm cultivator who attacked Mo Qingyun retreated continuously. As the other party retreated, Mo Qingyun's face turned cold. He followed closely behind and slashed his saber at the other party again. Mo Qingyun slashed out with his saber. Instantly, a 20-meter-long flaming saber ray blasted towards the other party like a giant flaming dragon. Under the attack of the flaming saber ray, the entire cabin was dyed red and a terrifying heat wave spread out. Stop! Stop! Seeing Mo Qingyun's powerful attack, the other party who attacked Mo Qingyun was instantly terrified. However, Mo Qingyun chose to ignore his words and slashed his saber forcefully at the other party's body. This person's cultivation was not weaker than Lung Yang's. Facing Mo Qingyun's powerful attack, he was burned to death without any resistance. This guy is so ruthless. He killed the other party with just one attack. He's only a second-level Yuan Dan Realm cultivator, but he has already comprehended level 6 fire profundity. This guy is terrifyingly talented. This guy is very strange. It's better not to provoke him. This kind of person is definitely not simple. Seeing Mo Qingyun's attack, the surrounding people's expressions changed. They looked at Mo Qingyun with a trace of respect in their eyes. At this moment, when everyone was looking at Mo Qingyun with surprised expressions, the captain of the Grand Xian Dynasty's guards looked at Mo Qingyun with interest and said with a light smile, Yuan Dan is at the second level of the Grand Xian Dynasty and has comprehended level 6 fire profundity. This kid's talent is really not bad. We can recruit him. After sizing up Mo Qingyun, the captain revealed a light smile and looked at Mo Qingyun as he said with a light smile, Kid, your talent is not bad. I've decided to make an exception and recruit you as the princess personal guard. Make an exception and recruit me as the princess personal guard. Mo Qingyun was slightly stunned when he heard the captain's words, and he was extremely surprised by this outcome. Originally, Mo Qingyun didn't intend to be recruited as the princess personal guard. After all, this so-called personal guard was only cannon fodder for someone else. As for being chosen by the princess and entering the Dark Ice Palace to cultivate with the princess, it was simply nonsense. If the Grand Xian Dynasty's princess wanted to enter the Dark Ice Palace, she would also have to participate in the ice trial if she followed the normal procedures. Only by successfully passing the ice trial would one have the qualifications to become an outer court disciple of the Dark Ice Palace. Could an outer court disciple bring a large group of guards into the Dark Ice Palace? However, although Mo Qingyun felt disdain towards their words his heart, he couldn't directly refuse since the captain had specifically asked him to join. After all, the current situation didn't allow Mo Qingyun to make a decision. It was his luck that the captain had chosen him. Of course, it was hard to say whether it was good or bad luck. Thank you, senior. After pondering for a short moment, Mo Qingyun pretended to be pleasantly surprised and revealed a joyful expression as he cupped his hands and thanked the captain. That kid is really lucky. He killed an idiot and can become the princess personal guard. How enviable. Yeah, personal guards are different from ordinary guards. They can come into close contact with the princess. Oof. With his cultivation at the second level of the Yuan Dan realm, even if he becomes the princess personal guard, he still won't be put in an important position. In my opinion, it's best if he dies in the hands of the bandits later. How can trash like him enjoy such treatment? For a moment, some of the people who didn't become guards revealed looks of jealousy and envy as they spouted vicious words. Mo Qingyun didn't pay any attention to these people's reactions. He just calmly walked over to the captain. Kid, that's the princess room. You just stay outside the princess room and don't take half a step out. Do you understand? Seeing Mo Qingyun approach, the captain revealed a solemn expression and spoke coldly to Mo Qingyun. Don't take half a step out of the princess room? After hearing the captain's words, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately turned grave. Don't take half a step out of the princess room. If these people couldn't defeat him, wouldn't he be waiting for death? Mo Qingyun wouldn't do such a thing. Yes, Captain. However, Mo Qingyun didn't refute. After replying, Mo Qingyun turned around and walked towards the princess room. Looks like I have to let my clone replace me. Under such circumstances, I shouldn't take the risk. On the way to the princess room, Mo Qingyun thought to himself. He definitely couldn't let his clone take the risk. Then, without anyone noticing, Mo Qingyun quickly swapped identities with his clone. Now that his clone was at the second level of the Yuan Dan realm, if one didn't observe carefully, they wouldn't be able to discover anything. After a while, the captain finally finished counting the number of people. With a solemn expression, he said to the crowd, "Everyone, follow me to protect the princess." Chapter 377. A few moments later, a series of muffled sounds could be heard from outside the cabin. Bang, bang, bang. Following which, everyone saw familiar figures being blasted into the cabin from outside. After these people were blasted into the cabin, a group of fierce-looking people rushed in from outside the cabin. As soon as these people entered the cabin, the atmosphere in the cabin immediately became oppressive, making it hard for everyone to breathe. As soon as these people entered the cabin, Mo Qingyun released his soul force to sense their cultivation. After sensing for a while, Mo Qingyun's expression changed slightly. He was a little surprised by the strength of these people. The leader of these bandits was actually a Heaven Star Border Stage 2 or Stage 3, not any weaker than Tang Rui and Tang Fingtu of the Blood Refining Palace. Could it be that the crew of the Sea Shark can't withstand the attacks of these people? So there's a Heaven Star Border expert among them. Sensing the other party's cultivation, Mo Qingyun let out a deep breath and felt a little more relaxed. Luckily, before these people arrived, he had already replaced his original body with his incarnation. Now, even if the sky was dark and the earth was dark, he would only lose an incarnation. It wouldn't affect his original body too much. At this moment, just as Mo Qingyun was pondering, a one-eyed middle-aged man walked out from the group of bandits and said coldly, "I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't want to die, hand over your chinkoan bag, break one of your arms, and scram." As soon as the one-eyed middle-aged man finished speaking, the atmosphere in the cabin became even more oppressive. Everyone's expression was tense as they looked at the bandits in awe. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Oh no, the strength of these bandits is far beyond our expectations. Sensing the strength of these bandits, the leader of the guards said worriedly with a grave expression, "These people should be the bandits of the demonic dragon pool. I didn't expect to meet them this time." At this moment, when the leader of the guards said worriedly, a gray-robed old man beside him said with a grave expression, "I've already sent a distress signal to the marquises in the Mystic Ice Palace. I hope they can arrive in time." 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. While the guard captain and the gray-robed old man were talking, the one-eyed bandit had a cold smile on his face as he slowly counted down. Time was up. When they heard the one-eyed middle-aged man count to 10, the expressions of everyone in the cabin twitched, and their faces turned ashen. However, although everyone was panicking, no one was willing to cut off their own arm. After all, before reaching the transcendent realm, severing one's own arm was equivalent to harming oneself. It was impossible to regrow a severed arm. Therefore, to sever one's own arm, one needed to be very ruthless. We've given you a chance. Since you didn't fight for it, don't blame us for being ruthless. The one-eyed middle-aged man's face darkened when he saw that everyone was still standing in place. He raised his hand and blasted several Yuan Dan realm cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. When the one-eyed middle-aged man attacked, the Yuan Dan realm cultivators immediately exploded into a bloody mist. Not even their corpses were left behind. After seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone in the cabin suddenly twitched, revealing a look of horror. Don't kill me. I'll break my own arm right now." My arm. Those who weren't chosen by the Grand Xian dynasty to be guards immediately broke their own arms and let out miserable shrieks. They had no choice. If they didn't break their arms now, they would die. They no longer had any other choice. In the face of death, these people became unyielding. Of course, there was also a portion of them who were panicking and didn't dare to attack themselves. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing those who didn't dare to break their own arms, the one-eyed middle-aged man's face darkened. He raised his hand and blasted them again. Then, under the one-eyed middle-aged man's attack, those people instantly turned into a bloody mist. Not even their bones were left behind. Just like this in a short moment. Those who weren't chosen by the Grand Xian dynasty to be guards immediately disappeared from the cabin, either dead or injured. Now, the only people left in the cabin were the blue-clothed guards of the Grand Xian kingdom, as well as Mo Qingyun and the others who were chosen to be guards. Perhaps these bandits knew that the people of the Grand Xian kingdom weren't easy to deal with, so they didn't attack the people of the Grand Xian kingdom from the beginning. After dealing with those scattered people, the one-eyed middle-aged man looked towards the people of the Grand Xian dynasty and said coldly, "It's your turn now. I'll also give you 10 breaths of time to consider. I hope you don't fail to know what's good for you." 10, 9. "Sir, I'm the Grand Xian Kingdom's Minister of War, Ren Junxian. I hope you can give me some face." At this moment, when the bandit was speaking, the gray-clothed old man beside the captain of the guards spoke coldly to the one-eyed middle-aged man. "Who's Ren Junxian? What's the Grand Xian dynasty? Why should we give you face?" Hearing the gray-clothed old man's words, the one-eyed man revealed a mocking expression and replied with disdain. He said coldly, "Old man, your strength isn't bad. If you pledge allegiance to us now, we can give you the position of Hall Master. Sir, don't go too far. If you fight, you'll have to pay a huge price. I hope you'll consider it carefully." Hearing the words of the one-eyed man, the gray-clothed old man's face darkened. He said coldly, "Also, I've already notified the experts of the profound ice palace. If you know what's good for you, it's not too late to retreat now. Old man, you actually notified reinforcements. In that case, you're planning to stall for time now? Hearing the gray-clothed old man's words, the one-eyed middle-aged man's face instantly darkened. He said with a malevolent expression, "If that's the case, then I can't let you live. Prepare to die." Following which, the one-eyed middle-aged man attacked the gray-clothed old man and started fighting with him. The gray-clothed old man wasn't weak. He was at the third level of the Heavenly Dipper realm and had a slight advantage against the second-level Heavenly Dipper realm one-eyed middle-aged man. "Big brother, this old man isn't weak. Help me out." Feeling that the gray-clothed old man was difficult to deal with, the one-eyed middle-aged man's face turned cold. He asked for help from the third-level Heavenly Dipper realm bandit behind him. Not long after, the gray-clothed old man was besieged by a third-level Heavenly Dipper realm and two second-level Heavenly Dipper realm experts. However, the old man's combat strength wasn't bad. Although he was in a passive position, he wasn't in a desperate situation. While the gray-clothed old man and his group were fighting, the guards of the Pill Palace and Yuandan realm were also fighting with the bandits of the same realm. For a moment, the scene could be said to be extremely chaotic. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Seeing this scene, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate at all. He immediately kept his incarnation into Heixian Palace. At this point, who would care about the life and death of a second-level Yuandan realm brat? If he really listened to the guard captain's words and let his incarnation guard outside the room, then he would really be an idiot. When the battle ended, whether the guard captain would be able to survive or not was another matter. Although the incarnation wasn't the original body, it wasn't easy to cultivate a powerful incarnation. Mo Qingyun wouldn't just watch a second-level Yuandan realm incarnation get destroyed like this. More importantly, he didn't have a spiritual herb like the bloodthirsty violet night grass to let his incarnation refine. After that, Mo Qingyun leisurely stayed in Heixian Palace and watched the battle in the cabin. After watching for a while, Mo Qingyun realized that although the Grand Qian dynasty had the advantage in numbers, they were in a situation where they were beaten up. Not long after, the guards who had surrendered to the Grand Qian dynasty were killed one after another by the bandits. Of course, in this process, there were also many bandits who were killed by the guards. "Master, if you let us refine and absorb the corpses of those people, we will be able to break through to the Pill Palace very quickly." At this moment, when Mo Qingyun was watching the battle outside, Mo's son, who was beside him, made a request: break through to the Pill Palace. Hearing the words of the Eye Devil and Mo's son, Mo Qingyun was a little moved. He was looking forward to the battle strength of the Eye Devil of the Pill Palace. However, while he was looking forward to it, Mo Qingyun was also a little hesitant in his heart. Using human corpses to feed the Eye Devil seemed a little too inhumane. If I don't use these corpses to feed the Eye Devil, they will be thrown into the Heavenly Stream River to feed the river demons. I might as well use them to feed the Eye Devil. After thinking for a short while, Mo Qingyun made a decision in his heart. He collected the corpses and sent them to Heixian Palace for the Eye Devils to refine and absorb. Of course, the Chinquan bags of those who were killed were also taken away by Mo Qingyun. Next, when the battle was in full swing, Mo Qingyun was also very busy. After a few hours, Mo Qingyun collected hundreds of corpses for Mo's son and the other Eye Devils to refine and absorb. At this moment, a terrifying aura approached the sea shark with extreme speed. Reinforcements were here. After discovering this, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately changed, and he stopped collecting the corpses in the cabin. Retreat quickly. Sensing the powerful aura approaching, the one-eyed bandit and the others' faces darkened, and they quickly escaped. In a short while, these bandits had disappeared without a trace. Only a few Yuandan realm cannon fodder bandits were left behind. After losing the protection of the Pill Palace and Heaven Star realm bandits, these Yuandan realm bandits were instantly slaughtered. I still need to use this sea shark to head to the Black Ice Palace. It seems like I can't continue to stay in He Xian Palace. As everyone was slaughtering the Yuan Dan realm bandits, Emo Qingyun thought to himself. Then, he sent his incarnation out of He Xian Palace. After the incarnation left He Xian Palace, it returned to Xian Fei's room and stood guard there motionlessly. If one didn't observe carefully, they might really think that Emo Qingyun had been guarding here all this time. Perhaps it was because everyone's attention was focused on the entrance of the cabin. Therefore, when Emo Qingyun returned to Xian Fei's room, no one noticed him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, some people slowly walked into the cabin through the entrance. Chapter 378. Ren Junxian greets the Marquises. Seeing the arrival of these people, the gray-robed elder revealed a respectful expression and bowed to them. Minister Run, there's no need to be so courteous. Hearing the gray-clothed elder's words, the middle-aged leader of the group from Xian Ice Palace waved his hand and asked, Princess Xuanfei, is she injured? Marquis Xianshan, there's no need to worry. Under the protection of this old servant and the others, the princess is fine. Hearing the other party's words, the gray-clothed elder's expression turned solemn as he replied, Minister Run, you did well this time. Hearing the gray-clothed elder's reply, Xianshan smiled with satisfaction and praised him. After praising Run Junxian, Xianshan walked towards Xian Fei's room with a concerned expression. As Xianshan walked towards Xian Fei's room, Ren Junxian ordered the guard captain, Cha Pingyun, go and instruct these guards to clean up the ship. Yes, Minister. Hearing Ren Junxian's order, Cha Pingyun respectfully replied and walked towards Emo Qingyun and the others. He said in a deep voice, clean up the cabin. Afterwards, I'll give you your reward. Yes, Captain. Hearing Cha Pingyun's words, the guards in the cabin immediately responded and began to clean up the cabin. At this moment, Emo Qingyun and the others were preparing to clean up the cabin. Cha Pingyun looked at Emo Qingyun in shock and said in surprise, little guy, you're actually still alive? Hearing Cha Pingyun's words, Emo Qingyun's expression turned gloomy. He didn't know how to respond. Seeing Emo Qingyun's expression, Cha Pingyun immediately realized that his words were a bit excessive. He laughed awkwardly and said, Haha, this old man was rash. Follow them and clean up the cabin. Okay. Hearing Cha Pingyun's order, Emo Qingyun responded and began to clean up the cabin. However, Emo Qingyun's main purpose in cleaning up the cabin was to collect the corpses. Emo Qingyun had originally been thinking about how to collect the remaining corpses. However, Cha Pingyun's words had given him an opportunity. For Emo Qingyun, such a thing couldn't be better. Brat, come over here. At this moment, as Emo Qingyun was wholeheartedly collecting the corpse, a cold voice came from the side. After hearing these words, Emo Qingyun turned to look at the other party and sized him up. The person who spoke was a youth at the 8th level of the Yuan Dan realm. Beside him was a half-step Heaven Dipper realm expert and 2 experts at the pinnacle of the Pill Palace. From this, it could be seen that this young man's identity was not simple. He must be a direct descendant of some large family. After sizing up the other party, Emo Qingyun's expression turned cold. He looked at the other party and said coldly, What's the matter? Hearing Emo Qingyun's words, the youth took out 100 inner core crystals and pointed at a pool of blood at the side. He said coldly, Brat, here are 100 inner core crystals. If you lick the blood clean, these 100 inner core crystals will be yours. Hearing the other party's words, Emo Qingyun's expression turned cold. He looked at the other party with killing intent in his eyes. Brat, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what young Master Yuan Xie said to you? Seeing Emo Qingyun looking at the youth without saying a word, one of the experts at the pinnacle of the Pill Palace beside the youth said coldly, If you know what's good for you, immediately do as young Master Yuan Xie said. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Hey, Elder Huaishan, don't be rude. He is Princess Xuanfei's personal guard. At this moment, when the old man at the pinnacle of the Pill Palace realm finished speaking, Yuan Xie had a mocking expression on his face as he mocked Mo Qingyun. At this moment, when Yuan Xie was instructing Mo Qingyun, the surrounding people all looked over. When the crowd recognized Yuan Xie, their expressions changed again. They looked at Mo Qingyun with sympathy. That youth in embroidered clothes seems to be the young master of the Grandxian dynasty's Yuan family, Yuan Xie. It's said that Yuan Xie's talent isn't weak. He has the level 11 Devil Abyssal Ice Wolf martial spirit and has always admired Princess Xuanfei. So that's the case. No wonder Yuan Xie doesn't like that brat. It's because he's jealous that the brat has successfully become the princess' personal guard. This brat has been targeted by Yuan Xie. I'm afraid he won't be able to take it. Yuan Xie is a very narrow-minded person. The crowd started to talk about Mo Qingyun again. Some people sympathized with him, while others took pleasure in his misfortune. At this moment, while the crowd was talking about Mo Qingyun looked at Yuan Xie with disdain. Then he took out 1,000 core energy crystals and pointed at the pile of feces on the ground. He said, "Here are 1,000 core energy crystals. As long as you lick this pile of feces clean, I'll give you these core energy crystals." Lick the feces clean? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the crowd's eyes widened. They looked at Mo Qingyun in disbelief. Mo Qingyun actually asked Yuan Xie to lick the feces? Was this guy crazy? Is this brat crazy? He actually dares to talk to Yuan Xie like that. Is he courting death? Could it be that this brat has a family elder nearby? Is that why he's not afraid of Yuan Xie? I don't think so. When the bandits attacked just now, I didn't see anyone protecting this brat. Let's not talk anymore. Let's wait for a good show. Yuan Xie oppressing the princess' personal guard. Interesting. At this moment, the crowd was once again filled with anticipation. They were waiting for Mo Qingyun and Yuan Xie to fight. "Brat, you're courting death." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Yuan Xie's expression immediately turned cold. He raised his hand and threw a punch at Mo Qingyun. Ice Wolf howls at the moon. Yuan Xie threw a punch. The violent origin energy turned into a beetle nut and attacked Mo Qingyun. As Yuan Xie pounced, the Ice Wolf spat out a half-moon light from its mouth. It attacked Mo Qingyun with extreme speed. Sun-incinerating mountain splitting blade, facing Yuan Xie's attack. Mo Qingyun did not dare to hesitate. He immediately raised his hand and threw a punch at Yuan Xie. With a slash of his palm, a saber light that was dozens of meters long emitted a terrifying heat wave. It met the icy light head-on. Poochie! When the saber light and the icy light collided, a muffled sound was heard. A shocking shockwave exploded from the collision. As soon as the shockwave appeared, it swept across the surroundings with extreme speed. The chairs in the cabin were sent flying. Dang, dang, dang. At the same time, Mo Qingyun and Yuan Xie, who were the first to bear the brunt of the shockwave, were immediately forced to retreat. Seeing that Mo Qingyun actually blocked his full force attack, Yuan Xie's face was immediately filled with shock. A brat at the second level of Yuan Dan realm was actually able to block his full force attack. He had to admit that Mo Qingyun's strength had surprised him. "You have some skills. However, I don't have the patience to play with you anymore." After a short moment of shock, Yuan Xie looked at the peak expert of the Pill Palace beside him and said coldly, "Elder Huaishan, take this brat down. I want to skin him alive and pull out his tendons." "Yes, young Master Yuan Xie." Hearing Yuan Xie's order, the peak expert of the Pill Palace immediately revealed a sinister smile. Immediately, the peak expert of the Pill Palace wanted to make a move on Mo Qingyun. Seeing that the other party was about to make a move, Mo Qingyun's expression instantly turned serious. He was about to use the teleportation gate to leave. "Stop!" At this moment, just as Mo Qingyun was about to use the teleportation gate, a cold voice sounded from the side. The person who spoke was the captain of the guards, Cha Pingyun, who had ordered Mo Qingyun and the others to clean up the cabin. As soon as Cha Pingyun finished speaking, he raised his hand and blasted a palm towards Elder Huaishan, blocking his attack. After blocking Elder Huaishan's palm, Cha Pingyun's face turned gloomy as he swept his gaze across the crowd. He said coldly, "From now on, I don't want to see what happened just now. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to throw all of you out of the sea shark and into the heavenly creek river to feed the river demons." "Yes, Captain Cha." Hearing Cha Pingyun's words, everyone's expression turned serious as they replied respectfully. "Now, clean up the cabin immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Cha Pingyun instructed the crowd and walked to the side, continuing to guard Princess Xuanfei's room. "Kid, consider yourself lucky this time that Captain Cha stepped in." After Cha Pingyun left, Yuan Jie's face turned gloomy as he spoke coldly to Mo Qingyun. With regard to Yuan Jie's words, Mo Qingyun chose to ignore it and continued to collect the corpses in the cabin. For Mo Qingyun, collecting the corpses was the most important thing right now. If he wanted to deal with Yuan Jie, he would have plenty of chances to do so after they got off the sea shark. A few hours later, with the help of Mo Qingyun and the others, the cabin was restored to its original state. It was tidy and clean. At this moment, Cha Pingyun walked over with a satisfied look on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Since the cabin is clean, I will start to distribute the rewards." After Cha Pingyun finished speaking, he began to distribute the rewards. After 15 minutes, everyone's rewards were distributed. After the rewards were distributed, Cha Pingyun's expression turned serious as he said, "Due to the battle just now, Her Highness has lost too many servants. Now, Her Highness wants to recruit 50 servants to be in charge of Her Highness's daily life in the mysterious Ice Palace. Those who have been named below are those who have been selected. Princess Xuanfei can actually bring people into the mysterious Ice Palace." Hearing Cha Pingyun's words, Mo Qingyun was immediately shocked. He was surprised by Xian Fei's ability. Yuan Jie, Yao Guangshu, Lu Wenjiu, Mo Tianhun. While Mo Qingyun was still in shock, Cha Pingyun read out the names one by one. This meant that these people were all selected. Mo Tianhun was Mo Qingyun's alias. After all, the dangers in the mysterious Ice Palace were unknown. Mo Qingyun thought it would be better to use an alias. "Of course, if any of you are not willing, you can tell us immediately. We will not force you." Chapter 379. What? And he'll even be bestowed the status of an outer court disciple. Is this for real? It should be true. It said that a guy entered the mysterious Ice Palace through this way and finally became a true disciple. I know the guy you're talking about. His name is Qin Hanmo. He's now one of the top 10 true disciples in the mysterious Ice Palace. Hearing Cha Pingyun's words, everyone was shocked. They could not believe what Cha Pingyun had said. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to enter the mysterious Ice Palace and become a disciple, one had to have a special talent. First of all, one had to possess a superb martial soul. In addition, one had to stand out in the ice trial and achieve good results. Now, Cha Pingyun said that as long as one served Princess Xuanfei well in the mysterious Ice Palace, one could become an outer disciple of the mysterious Ice Palace. One had to admit that this news was too surprising and shocking for everyone. If that was the case, it would be a great opportunity for them to reach the heavens in a single bound. Of course, if one was chosen by the elders or peak masters of the mysterious Ice Palace and was directly brought into the mysterious Ice Palace, it would be a different story. After all, this kind of situation was too rare. Immediately after, those who were not selected all revealed envious expressions, especially when these people saw that Mo Qingyun was one of the chosen ones. The envy on their faces became even stronger. A kid with a cultivation at the second level of the origin core stage was actually chosen as well. This was truly too difficult to accept. "Captain Cha, why can a guy with a cultivation of LV2 Yuan dance stage be chosen, but not us, who are at LV8 and LV9 Yuan dance stage?" That's right. We're not convinced unless this guy has some ability that can convince us. Soon, those who weren't selected began to voice their dissatisfaction. Yuan Jie sneered when he heard the crowd's words. He looked at Mo Qingyun and sneered. Brad, it seems that everyone is not convinced of you. You'd better give everyone a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, I advise you to withdraw on your own accord, lest you embarrass yourself when you enter the profound ice palace. What does this have to do with you? Hearing Yuan Tao's words, Mo Qingyun's expression turned cold as he replied disdainfully. Of course it has something to do with me. I don't want to be associated with trash like you. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Yuan Jie's face turned cold. He said coldly, trash like you following the princess is an insult to her. So, if you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of here. I'm trash. Mo Qingyun had a mocking smile on his face when he heard Yuan Qi's words. He said disdainfully, why don't you tell me, other than your cultivation being higher than mine, what else do you have that's better than me? At the very least, my martial soul is a superb martial soul. Yuan Jie had an arrogant look on his face as he said this. He then mocked Mo Qingyun. I wonder what level of trash your martial soul is. Trash martial spirit. Hearing Yuan Jie's words, Mo Qingyun immediately laughed. He looked at Yuan Jie with a mocking smile and said, you haven't even seen me summon my martial soul. How can you be so sure that my martial soul is trash? Is there even a need to ask? Looking at your poor appearance, I know that you must have a trash martial spirit. Yuan Jie still held his head high and looked at Mo Qingyun arrogantly. He said provocatively, if your martial soul's level is really high, you can summon it for everyone to see. You really want me to summon my martial soul? Mo Qingyun revealed a mocking smile when he heard Yuan Chui's words as he looked at Yuan Chui. What's wrong? You don't dare? When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, the smug look on Yuan Jie's face became even more pronounced. He then mocked Mo Qingyun. Or is your martial soul so trashy that it can't even be seen? At this moment, when Yuan Cui said this, the surrounding people revealed curious expressions and looked at Mo Qingyun one after another. They were all curious about the level of Mo Qingyun's martial soul. Was it really as Yuan Jie had guessed? Was it so trash that it couldn't even be summoned? At this moment, Cha Peng, who was standing to one side, heard the conversation between Mo Qingyun and Yuan Jie. He was also curious. He smiled faintly and said, I wonder what this little guy's martial soul is like. I'm curious. Since you're looking for a slap in the face, I'll fulfill your wish. Hearing Yuan Jie's words, Mo Qingyun didn't waste any more time and summoned his martial soul. Roar. Following this, a dragon's roar sounded in everyone's ears. At the same time, a huge red figure that was 30 meters long appeared in front of everyone. Sky Dragon. This was the Sky Dragon martial soul. It was a superior martial soul that surpassed level 12. Mo Qingyun's martial soul was actually a Sky Dragon martial soul that surpassed level 12. After receiving such a result, everyone's faces were filled with shock, and their hearts began to tremble. Then, they looked at Mo Qingyun with less mockery in their eyes and more awe. They had never thought that this inconspicuous kid in front of them would have such terrifying talent. After seeing Mo Qingyun's martial soul, Yuan Jie's expression immediately became awkward. His face was as red as a pig's liver. He had said repeatedly that Mo Qingyun's martial soul was trash. But now, Mo Qingyun's martial soul was many times stronger than his martial soul. They weren't on the same level at all. This time, he had been slapped hard in the face. This is the top level 13 Scarlet Flame Dragon martial soul. This little guy's talent is terrifying. After seeing Mo Qingyun's martial soul, Cha Pengyun, who was standing to one side, was shocked. He was shocked by the level of Mo Qingyun's martial soul. At this moment, while everyone was still in shock, the door to Princess Xuanfei's room suddenly opened. After that, the crowd saw Xianshan and the others, as well as Princess Xianfei, walking out from the room in succession. This is the top level 13 martial soul, the Scarlet Flame Dragon martial soul. When everyone walked out of the room and saw Mo Qingyun's martial soul, they were shocked. I didn't expect to meet such a talented junior on this trip. This is really surprising. After a short moment of shock, Xianshan was pleasantly surprised. He walked up to Mo Qingyun and said with a smile, "Little guy, I am the elder of the rolling curtain peak of the Black Ice Palace. Are you willing to be my disciple?" The elder of the rolling curtain peak of the Black Ice Palace wanted to take Mo Qingyun as his personal disciple. After seeing this, everyone's faces were filled with envy. Mo Qingyun had encountered such a good thing. If he was accepted as a personal disciple by the elder of the Black Ice Palace, it would be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. He would become a personal disciple of the Black Ice Palace. In the Black Ice Palace, there were a total of 5 types of disciples. There were the true disciples, personal disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, and registered disciples. The highest status was the true disciples. They were usually the personal disciples of the peak masters and grand elders. They would become the peak masters in the future. Next were the personal disciples. They were usually the disciples of the peak masters. Their status was only slightly lower than that of the true disciples. As for the inner disciples and outer disciples, they were the 2 most common types of disciples in the Black Ice Palace. There was another special type of disciples. They were the registered disciples. Their status was lower than the personal disciples, but higher than the inner disciples and outer disciples. Usually, they were chosen by the elders and hall masters. However, they were not qualified to become a personal disciple, so they became registered disciples. "Master," after hearing Xianshan's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed slightly. He was surprised by Xianshan's words. The current situation was beyond Mo Qingyun's expectations. He could not react in time. Disciple Mo Tianhun pays his respects to Master. After being stunned for a while, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately bowed to Xianshan. In Mo Qingyun's opinion, now that he had become Xianshan's personal disciple, it would be more convenient for him to do things in the future. He was not willing to give up such an opportunity. Congratulations to Marquis Xianshan for having a great disciple. Congratulations to Brother Xianshan for having a great disciple. Congratulations to Elder Xianshan for having a great disciple. Seeing that Mo Qingyun was willing to be Xianshan's disciple, the people at the side immediately congratulated Xianshan. "Brother Mo, congratulations." After congratulating Xianshan, Cha Pingyun smiled and looked at Mo Qingyun. He congratulated Mo Qingyun. At this moment, due to the change in Mo Qingyun's status, Cha Pingyun had changed the way he addressed him. There was no choice. Mo Qingyun had made a great leap, and his status was not something Cha Pingyun could compare to. "Great." Seeing Mo Qingyun bow, Xianshan smiled with satisfaction. He took out a small blue fish from his cosmos bag and handed it to Mo Qingyun. "This is the water ultimacy spiritual fish. Refine it, and you can improve the water ultimacy realm. Take it as my gift to you." The ultimacy spiritual fish. Seeing the ultimacy spiritual fish that Xianshan handed to Mo Qingyun, the surrounding people were envious. They were so envious that their eyeballs were about to pop out. They could not help but admire Mo Qingyun's luck. It was really too good. When the bandits came, Mo Qingyun was first chosen by Cha Pingyun to be the princess's personal guard. Now, Mo Qingyun was chosen by Xianshan and became the personal disciple of Xian Ice Palace. This kind of huge change in status really made others envious. "Thank you, Master." Seeing the water ultimacy spiritual fish that Xianshan handed to him, Mo Qingyun was pleasantly surprised and thanked Xianshan. Then, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and raised his hand to accept the water ultimacy spiritual fish. As long as he refined the water ultimacy spiritual fish, his water ultimacy realm would be able to reach level 7 immediately. Chapter 380. When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, Yuan Jie's face twitched. He blushed and said, "Mr. Mo is the son of heaven. I can't compare to him. My martial soul is a trash martial soul." When he said this, Yuan Jie felt like killing himself. He had shot himself in the foot this time. Originally, he wanted to use his martial soul and strength to humiliate Mo Qingyun. However, he did not expect to benefit Mo Qingyun instead. This allowed Mo Qingyun to take the opportunity to become Xian Shan's personal disciple. His status had changed drastically. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done this even if he was beaten to death. This time, Yuan Jie went for wool and came home shorn. At this moment, when Yuan Jie was feeling depressed, Xian Shan smiled faintly and said to Mo Qingyun, "Tianhun, follow me inside." "Yes, master." Then, Mo Qingyun followed Xian Shan, Princess Xuanfei, and the others into the room. When they saw Mo Qingyun and Princess Xuanfei walking side by side, the surrounding people were envious. They wished they could swap places with Mo Qingyun. "Tianhun, you're not from the Dashuan dynasty, right?" After entering the room, Xian Shan was curious and asked about Mo Qingyun's background. According to his memory, there was no genius like Mo Qingyun in the Dashuan dynasty. "I'm from the Tang dynasty in the Yingzhou." Mo Qingyun replied to Xian Shan's question calmly. He did not reveal his true identity. His identity was more sensitive in the Xian Ice Palace. Once it was revealed, it would be very troublesome. Mo Qingyun could not guarantee that Xian Shan would not have other thoughts after knowing his true identity. In this world, there were many people who would betray their friends for their own selfish desires. Previously, when Su Xing learned of Mo Qingyun's identity, he planned to capture Mo Qingyun and present him to Roba. This was the best proof. Mo Qingyun did not wish for such a thing to happen to him again. The Tang dynasty of Yingzhou? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Xian Shan was shocked. He was surprised by Mo Qingyun's background. There were a total of 9 continents in the Dong, Sheng divine realm. They were the Ying continent, the Jin continent, the spirit continent, the Qin continent, the Jin continent, the demon continent, the underworld continent, the prison continent, and the Han continent. The mysterious ice palace was located in the region of the Jin state, which was close to the Yingzhou state. Therefore, it was not impossible for Mo Qingyun to come to Jin province from Yingzhou. I have long heard of the Great Tang dynasty. It is said that it is the largest dynasty in the Yingzhou state and does not belong to any power. After a short moment of silence, Xian Shan revealed a faint smile. He looked at Mo Qingyun and said, "Everyone has been saying that the Tang dynasty is full of heroes and geniuses. It seems that it is true." After saying this, Xian Shan looked at Mo Qingyun with a smile and said, "Tianhun, with your talent, I believe that your family must have an extraordinary position in the Great Tang dynasty." Hearing Xian Shan's words, Mo Qingyun looked sad. He said in a low voice, "Master, to be honest, my family offended someone in the Great Tang dynasty. I had no choice but to escape from the Great Tang dynasty to the Jin province. I did not expect the other party to pursue me. In the end, under the protection of the elders in my family, I was able to survive." Mo Qingyun continued, "In the process of escaping, I lost contact with the elders in my family. I wandered alone to improve my cultivation. I hope that one day I can find my family and kill my enemies." "I see." After hearing Mo Qingyun's story, Xian Shan and the rest looked grave. They did not doubt Mo Qingyun's words. From their point of view, Mo Qingyun's words made everything seem reasonable. Otherwise, it would be too reasonable for a junior in the Yuan Dan state to come to the Jin province from the Yingzhou state alone. "All right, let's not dwell on the past." Xian Shan sighed and comforted Mo Qingyun. He said, "In the future, you will stay in the Dark Ice Palace. I think that no matter how strong your enemies are, they will not dare to come to the Dark Ice Palace." "Thank you, Master." Hearing Xian Shan's words, Mo Qingyun was touched and thanked Xian Shan. In the following time, Mo Qingyun continued to talk with Xian Shan and the rest. After talking for a while, Xian Shan and the rest had a good impression of Mo Qingyun. A junior like Mo Qingyun, who did not have a family background, was more suitable for them to cultivate. It was also easier for them to recruit him. After a few hours, while Mo Qingyun and the rest were talking, the sea shark arrived at the ferry in the Jin province. After the sea shark reached the shore, Xianshan did not delay and led Mo Qingyun and the rest to the Dark Ice Palace. Half a day later, a continuous ice mountain appeared in front of Mo Qingyun. This was where the Dark Ice Palace was located, the Dark Ice Mountain Range. Between the mountain range, one could vaguely see several majestic palaces floating at the waist of the mountain. The place where the palaces were located should be where the Dark Ice Palace was located. At this moment, while everyone was shocked by the magnificent palaces, Xianshan took out a token and tossed it to the front of the mountain range. After a while, a light door appeared in front of everyone. This was the transfer formation to the Dark Ice Palace. Let's go in. After activating the transfer formation to enter the sect, Xianshan instructed everyone and walked into the transfer formation first. After hearing Xianshan's words, everyone stood up and walked into the transfer formation without hesitation. Immediately after, the scene before the crowd blurred and rapidly changed. A moment later, everyone arrived in front of a majestic mountain gate. At this moment, the crowd could clearly see that many magnificent palaces were built around the mountain, floating in the air. Below the palaces, they could vaguely see some white clouds supporting them, which added a lot of immortal spiritual chi to the palaces. At first glance, this place was simply an immortal mystic realm. This air contains the water ultimacy. At this moment, when everyone was looking at the palaces, a person suddenly exclaimed in shock. Hearing this person's words, the others were also shocked and started to sense the water ultimacy in the air. Sensing the water ultimacy in the air, Mo Qingyun smiled and said, "After so many years, the Dark Ice Palace has improved a lot. They actually set up an ultimacy array outside the mountain gate. Let's go in." At this moment, while everyone was still in shock, Xianshan's face was solemn as he led everyone into the Dark Ice Palace. "Greetings, Elder." Seeing Xianshan leading everyone into the Dark Ice Palace, the disciple who was guarding the mountain greeted Xianshan respectfully. Hearing the disciple's words, Xianshan nodded indifferently and continued to walk into the Dark Ice Palace. "Hey, isn't this Elder Xianshan?" At this moment, when Xianshan was leading everyone into the Dark Ice Palace, a mocking voice came from the mountain gate. Then, Mo Qingyun and the others saw a middle-aged man with a mustache. He said with a sinister smile, "Elder Xianshan, did you go to the refugee camp? You found these crooked people there." "Umph, this has nothing to do with Elder Luo Yong." Hearing the man's words, Xianshan was displeased. He replied coldly and said to Mo Qingyun and the others, "Let's go." Then, Xianshan ignored Luo Yong and led everyone towards the Rolling Curtain Peak. On the way to the Rolling Curtain Peak, a Heaven Star border stage 2 beside Xianshan said unhappily, "Humph. The people from Babing Peak are getting more and more arrogant. Humph. What's there to be proud of? Isn't it just their elder Roba from Babing Peak who has broken through to the Heaven Star border stage?" Following that person's words, a third-level Heavenly Dipper sovereign beside Xianshan also voiced out his displeasure. There's no need to bother about Babing Peak. They're just trying to curry favor with Dark Spirit Peak. Hearing the words of the two beside him, Xianshan raised his hand and interrupted their words. "Roba is an elder from Babing Peak?" Hearing the words of Xianshan and the others, Mo Qingyun frowned. He had a better understanding of Roba's identity. Babing Peak still needs to curry favor with Dark Spirit Peak. It seems like Babing Peak is nothing in the Mystic Ice Palace. At this moment, Mo Qingyun had a better understanding of Roba's position. "Tianhun, you have to be careful of Babing Peak when you are in the Mystic Ice Palace. They have always been at odds with our Rolling Curtain Peak." At this moment, while Mo Qingyun was pondering, Xianshan reminded Mo Qingyun, "Yes, I understand." Hearing Xianshan's words, Mo Qingyun's face turned serious, and he nodded in response. Given the feud between him and Roba, even if Xianshan didn't remind him, he would still be careful. Under Xianshan's lead, everyone arrived at the Rolling Curtain Peak. When they arrived at the rolling curtain peak, Xian Shan left with Xian Fei and instructed some disciples to arrange accommodations for Mo Qingyun and the others. Due to Mo Qingyun's extraordinary identity, the disciple who arranged accommodations for Mo Qingyun was an inner court disciple at the 7th level of the Pill Palace stage. Congratulations, junior brother. You have become Elder Xian Shan's direct disciple. I hope junior brother will take care of me in the future. When the disciple arranged accommodations for Mo Qingyun, he had a fawning expression on his face as he spoke to Mo Qingyun. Although his cultivation base was much higher than Mo Qingyun's, Mo Qingyun's identity wasn't something he could compare to. Therefore, it was normal for him to befriend Mo Qingyun. Senior brother, you're exaggerating. I'm new here, so I'll have to rely on senior brother to take care of me in the future. Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and asked, "How should I address you, senior brother?" "My name is Di Junfan." The young man smiled faintly as he replied. He then asked Mo Qingyun, "Junior brother, how should I address you?" Mo Tianan. Mo Qingyun's expression was indifferent as he replied to Di Junfan. "Junior brother Mo, since you're new here, let me tell you about the Mystic Ice Palace." After getting to know Mo Qingyun, Di Junfan introduced the Mystic Ice Palace to Mo Qingyun. It seemed like he really wanted to befriend Mo Qingyun. Chapter 381. In the Black Ice Palace, there are a total of 3,109 peaks. One of them is the main peak of the Palace Master, the Black Ice Peak. Di Junfan paused for a moment before continuing to speak to Mo Qingyun. Other than the main peak of the Palace Master, there are 36 Big Dipper peaks, 72 earthly fiend peaks, and 3,000 lower peaks. Senior brother Di, what's the difference between these peaks? Hearing Di Junfan's words, Mo Qingyun was curious and asked Di Junfan, "I don't think you need me to explain the main peak of the Palace Master." Di Junfan smiled faintly and patiently explained to Mo Qingyun. The 36 Big Dipper peaks all have half-step transcendent powerhouses overseeing them. The 72 earthly fiend peaks have high-level heavenly dipper powerhouses overseeing them. The remaining 3,000 low-grade peaks have no high-level heavenly dipper powerhouses overseeing them. I see. Hearing Di Junfan's explanation, Mo Qingyun was enlightened and asked curiously, "Senior brother Di, what's the level of our rolling curtain peak?" "Our rolling curtain peak doesn't have heavenly dipper experts guarding it, so it's considered a lower peak." Hearing Mo Qingyun's question, Di Junfan looked dejected and replied to Mo Qingyun, "Then what about Bathing Peak and Dark Spirit Peak?" Recalling the words of Xian Shan and the rest, Mo Qingyun was curious and asked Di Junfan again. "Bathing Peak is the same as our rolling curtain peak. They're both lower peaks. As for Dark Spirit Peak, it's a heavenly dipper peak. It's very strong." Di Junfan replied. "Bathing Peak is also a lower peak?" Hearing Di Junfan's words, Mo Qingyun revealed a puzzled look and asked again, "Didn't Elder Luo Ba of Dominating Ice Peak already break through to Heavenly Dipper Advanced Rank? Why is Bathing Peak still a lower peak?" Junior apprentice brother Mo, you don't know. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Di Junfan's expression immediately changed. He said in a deep voice, "These 36 Big Dipper upper peaks and 72 earthly fiend intermediate peaks are all selected once every 10 years. The peaks that meet the criteria will send out their personal disciples to compete. After that, according to the performance of the personal disciples in the competition, the various peaks will be ranked." I see. Hearing Di Junfan's explanation, Mo Qingyun revealed a look of understanding. He now had some understanding of the 3,109 peaks. On my way to Rolling Curtain Peak, I saw some people from Bathing Peak. They seem to be at odds with Rolling Curtain Peak. Recalling Luo Yang's previous actions, Mo Qingyun revealed a puzzled expression and asked Di Junfan again, "Junior brother, it's your first time in the Mystic Ice Palace. It's normal for you to have such doubts." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Di Junfan revealed a somewhat bitter smile. He shook his head and said, "Actually, in the Mystic Eyes Palace, every 2 lower peaks are in a state of opposition." Senior Brother D, what do you mean? Mo Qingyun was puzzled by D. Juanfan's answer and immediately became even more puzzled. In the area under the jurisdiction of our Mystic Eyes Palace, there are over 1,000 subordinate empires. These subordinate empires are all under the jurisdiction of the 3,000 lower peaks. Seeing Mo Qingyun's puzzled expression, Di Junfan revealed a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "Due to the insufficient number of subordinate empires, there is no way to divide them equally among the lower peaks. Therefore, every 2 lower peaks can only compete for the rule of the kingdom. So, our Rolling Curtain Peak and Bathing Peak are competing for the rule of the Great Xian Kingdom." After hearing Di Juanfan's words, Mo Qingyun quickly understood the reason in his heart. That's right. Seeing that Mo Qingyun understood his words, Di Junfan nodded his head and said with a worried expression, "However, now that Elder Roba of Bathing Peak has broken through to the advanced Heavenly Dipper realm, I'm afraid that our Rolling Curtain Peak won't be able to compete with them." Hearing Di Juanfan's answer, Mo Qingyun's heart skipped a beat. He asked curiously, "Senior Brother D, do you know which peak is in charge of the Great Yin dynasty?" In Mo Qingyun's opinion, the Yi family being in charge of the Great Yin dynasty should be related to one of the peaks in the Mystic Eyes Palace. Junior Brother Mo, the Great Yin dynasty is not under the jurisdiction of the Mystic Eyes Palace. It is under the jurisdiction of the Burning Skies Hall. Hearing Mo Qingyun's question, Di Junfan waved his hand and replied, "In that case, the Yi family should be related to the Burning Skies Hall." Thinking about the situation in the Mystic Eyes Palace, Missouri Qingyun secretly speculated in his heart. At that moment, while Mo Qingyun was pondering in his heart, Di Junfan smiled faintly and pointed to a mansion in front of him. He smiled and said, "Junior Brother, we have arrived at your residence." Then, Mo Qingyun followed Di Junfan into the mansion. Golden Curtain Mansion. Walking to the front of the mansion, Mo Qingyun glanced at the plaque above the mansion. At that moment, what surprised Mo Qingyun was that when he was approaching the mansion, the 2 outer sect disciples at the entrance of the mansion shouted coldly at him and said, "The 2 of you stop. This is Senior Brother Sun Yi's mansion. Outsiders are not allowed to come near." Senior Brother Sun Yi's mansion? Hearing the words of the 2, Mo Qingyun frowned slightly and looked at Di Junfan in confusion. Did he walk out of the place? Unlike Mo Qingyun's confusion, Di Junfan quickly understood the reason after hearing the words. Someone must have taken over the mansion. Then, Di Junfan's face darkened and he released his aura to suppress the 2. He said coldly, "How dare you? This is Elder Xian Shan's direct disciple, Mo Tianan. Elder Xian Shan has already assigned the Golden Curtain Mansion to Junior Brother Mo. Why don't you get lost immediately?" Hearing Di Juanfan's words, the 2 Yuan dance stage outer sect disciples immediately panicked. They did not know whether to stay or leave. It seemed that they were afraid of Mo Qingyun's identity, but they were also afraid that if they left, Sun Yi would blame them. At that moment, while the 2 of them were panicking, a young man walked out of the Golden Curtain Mansion. The young man's cultivation was not high. He was only at level 4 Yuan dance stage. However, the expression on his face was extremely arrogant. It seemed that he was the one who had taken over Mo Qingyun's mansion. "So it's Senior Brother D." After the young man walked out, he looked at Di Junfan with disdain and mocked. "What? Senior Brother D, have you found your master? How dare you behave atrociously outside my mansion? Sun Yi, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you become Elder Xian Li's in-name disciple." Hearing Sun Yi's words, Di Junfan's face was filled with displeasure as he coldly replied to Sun Yi, "Di Junfan, you're just an insignificant intersect disciple. How dare you speak rudely to me, an elder's in-name disciple? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the sect rules?" Hearing Di Juanfan's words, Sun Yi replied coldly. He then looked at Mo Qingyun and sneered, "Junior Brother, You're new here and don't know the rules. I won't argue with you. You can change your mansion. What if I don't change? Hearing Sun Yi's words, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and replied calmly, I advise you to change to another one. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the sneer on Sun Yi's face deepened. He laughed and said, This mysterious ice palace isn't like your family. You can do whatever you want with your little talent. There are too many people here who are better than you. Get lost. Seeing Sun Yi's arrogant expression, Mo Qingyun's face darkened and he spoke impatiently. After speaking, Mo Qingyun walked into the golden curtain mansion, ignoring Sun Yi. You, stop. Seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, the two Yuan Dan disciples guarding the gate panicked and blocked Mo Qingyun's path. How dare you? Seeing the actions of the two Yuan Dan outer sect disciples, Di Juanfan's face immediately darkened. He raised his hand and attacked the two of them. Di Juanfan didn't dare to touch Sun Yi, but that didn't mean that he didn't dare to touch two insignificant outer sect disciples. Although he might be punished by the sect rules for seriously injuring two outer sect disciples, this was a good chance for him. However, this was an opportunity to befriend Mo Qingyun. How could he let go so easily? Bang bang. Under Di Juanfan's attack, the two outer sect disciples were instantly crippled and lay on the ground, half dead. Di Juanfan, how dare you attack my people? Do you really think that this brat can protect you? Seeing Di Juanfan's actions, Sun Yi's face darkened and he spoke angrily. At this moment, Mo Qingyun pointed at Sun Yi with a cold face and said, You, get out of the golden curtain mansion immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Boy, do you think you could be arrogant with Di Juanfan on your side? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Sunny looked up at Mo Qingyun and said arrogantly, Let me tell you, even if I stand here and let Di Juanfan touch me, he won't dare to touch me. He won't dare, but that doesn't mean I won't dare. Hearing Sun Yi's words, Mo Qingyun sneered and replied to Sun Yi, You, a second-layer Yuan Dan brat, want to fight with me? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Sun Yi immediately sneered and didn't put Mo Qingyun in his eyes. So what? Hearing Sun Yi's words, the smile on Mo Qingyun's face became even wider. Sun Yi's face was full of disdain, and he mocked Mo Qingyun. Boy, for what you said, do you think you have the strength to fight someone with a higher cultivation level? Mo Qingyun smiled indifferently and said, Why not? You are indeed a country bumpkin. Sun Yi's face was full of disdain. He looked at Mo Qingyun and sneered. Boy, do you think that the geniuses of the mysterious ice palace are the same as the country bumpkins? I don't mind telling you, my martial spirit is an ordinary level 12 white bone flowing light mosquito martial spirit. As soon as Sun Yi finished speaking, he summoned his martial soul and said with an arrogant expression, Boy, you haven't seen such a high-level martial soul, right? Do you have the confidence to fight someone with a higher cultivation level? Chapter 382. The Ignorant Are Fearless. Today, I'll show you the power of a grade 12 martial soul. Sun Yi completed the soul change in an instant. He turned into a huge white bone combat mosquito with cold light shining on his bones. Buzz. After completing the soul transformation, Sun Yi no longer hesitated. He quickly flapped his wings and used his slender bone beak to stab at Mo Qingyun. With this stab, the slender bone mouth gave off a gloomy light that wrapped around Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun immediately felt as if the blood in his body was being forcibly sucked out of him as he was surrounded by these dark lights. After discovering this, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and slashed his palm at Sun Yi. Junior brother Mo, don't be impulsive. Seeing that Mo Qingyun intended to fight Sun Yi head-on, Di Juanfan's expression immediately tensed up and he reminded Mo Qingyun. In his opinion, it was impossible for Mo Qingyun, who was only at LV2 Yuan Dan, to fight with a LV4 Yuan Dan. Just as Sun Yi had said, the disciples of the mysterious ice palace were all talented. It was extremely difficult to fight someone who was at a higher level. You're courting death. Sun Yi's face darkened when he saw Mo Qingyun's action. A cold smile appeared on his face. Mo Qingyun was going to fight him head-on. He was simply courting death. Mo Qingyun struck out with his palm. A saber radiance that was dozens of meters long immediately condensed and emitted a terrifying flame energy. Under the power of this flame, the surrounding air began to tremble as if it was being ignited by this power of fire. LV6 Fire Ultimacy. Sun Yi and Dijun Fan were surprised when they sensed the ultimacy power in the saber radiance. Mo Qingyun, who was only at LV2 Yuan Dan, had comprehended LV6 ultimacy power. His talent was frightening. Of course, what made them even more surprised was that with Mo Qingyun's cultivation of the power of fire, he actually didn't go to the burning heaven hall and instead came to the profound ice palace. It had to be said that Mo Qingyun's choice was a little confusing. After a brief moment of surprise, Sun Yi revealed a cold smile and said, "Brat, you have even chosen the wrong sect, and you still want to fight with me? Prepare to die." As soon as Sun Yi finished speaking, his slender bone mouth collided with the flaming blade light. Facing the attack of the flaming blade, the bone mouth was immediately cut off, and the incision was instantly ignited. How could this be? Feeling the pain coming from his mouth, Sun Yi immediately revealed a look of horror and uttered a word of horror. At this moment, as Sun Yi uttered those words in fear, a terrifying yuan power smashed into his body. Bang! After a muffled sound, Dijun Fan saw a figure flying out of the mansion at high speed. Sunny, the person who flew out of the mansion, was actually Sun Yi. When Dijun Fan saw this figure, he was immediately dumbfounded and couldn't believe it was real. With Sun Yi's cultivation of level 4 Yuan Dan stage, he couldn't even withstand one attack from Mo Qingyun. Get lost! After sending Sun Yi flying with a palm strike, Mo Qingyun looked at him with disgust and mocked. "Actually, in my eyes, you are no different from the trash in the countryside." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Sun Yi's face immediately turned ugly, but he didn't attack again. He must be afraid of Mo Qingyun's strength. "Brat, just you wait. I won't let you off so easily." Sun Yi's face was gloomy. He glared at Mo Qingyun angrily and left after saying those words. "Junior brother Mo, you've offended Sun Yi this time. I'm afraid you'll have a lot of trouble in the future." Looking at Sun Yi, who was walking away, Dijun Fan revealed a solemn expression and said worriedly, "He's just an arrogant guy. Don't worry too much." In response to Dijun Fan's words, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and didn't take Sun Yi seriously. Although Sun Yi's talent is ordinary, his elder brother, Sun Quan, is a real genius. He's only 20 years old and already has a cultivation of level 7 Yuan Dan stage. Seeing Mo Qingyun's reaction, Dijun Fan's face darkened and he hurriedly said, "Moreover, Sun Quan is Elder Xian Kuan's direct disciple. If Sun Quan takes revenge on you, I'm afraid." Hearing Dijun Fan's words, Mo Qingyun still smiled faintly and raised his hand to interrupt him. "Haha, senior brother D, you don't have to worry. When the time comes, we'll deal with whatever comes our way." Then, Mo Qingyun and Dijun Fan walked into the Golden Curtain Mansion. Entering the Golden Curtain Mansion, Dijun Fan reminded Mo Qingyun to be careful of Sun Quan before he left. After Dijun Fan left, Mo Qingyun took out the fish of water ultimacy that Xianshan gave him and started to refine it. Now, his cultivation had reached the late stage of level 2 Yuan Dan stage. But if he wanted to break through to level 3 Yuan Dan stage, he had to improve his water ultimacy to perfection. Otherwise, if his ultimacy power hadn't reached perfection, he wouldn't be able to condense a level 9 Yuan Dan, which would affect his future cultivation. As Mo Qingyun refined the fish of water ultimacy, a mist gradually condensed around his body. As soon as this mist formed, it showed a moisturizing force. Under the effect of this force, the branches and leaves of the potted plants in the room immediately became luxuriant and their growth speed increased. 3 days later, Mo Qingyun's room was completely covered by the mist, making it impossible to see what was going on in the room. At this moment, the mist in the room suddenly became thicker and thicker. Level 7 Water Ultimacy. At this moment, Mo Qingyun, who was cultivating, opened his eyes with joy. After 3 days of refinement, he had finally refined the fish of water profundity, and his water profundity had reached level 7. Now that my water ultimacy has improved, it's time to explore the main peak, Mo Qingyun thought to himself. Then, without hesitation, he used the hidden door on himself and left the Golden Curtain Mansion. After leaving the Golden Curtain Mansion, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and quickly went to the main peak. The main peak was located at the center of the mysterious Ice Palace and was the highest peak in the mysterious Ice Palace. However, to enter the main peak, one had to pass through the 3,000 lower peaks, the 72 Earth Emanations middle peaks, and the 36 Heaven Stars upper peaks. A few hours later, Mo Qingyun arrived at the area of the 72 Earthly Fiend peaks as he traveled at top speed. There are Heaven Stars realm experts guarding the 72 Earth Emanations peaks. I have to be careful. When he arrived at the area of the 72 Earth Emanations peaks, Mo Qingyun's expression turned serious, and he became alert. After all, he had never used the power of the hidden door in front of a Heaven Stars realm expert. Therefore, Mo Qingyun wasn't sure if a Heavenly Dipper realm expert would be able to sense his presence under the hidden door. Then, Mo Qingyun's face was tense as he shuttled through the 72 Earth Emanations peaks carefully. Fortunately, no one sensed Mo Qingyun until he arrived at the area of the 36 Heaven Stars peak. It seems like under the concealment of the hidden door, even a Heaven Stars realm expert would not be able to sense my presence. After trying and testing along the way, Mo Qingyun had an answer in his heart, and he had a better understanding of the power of the hidden door. There are half-step to transcendent realm experts guarding the 76 Heaven Stars peak. I wonder if I can hide from their senses. Looking at the 76 Heaven Stars peak in front of him, Mo Qingyun's expression turned even more serious, and he became more alert. After a short moment of silence, Mo Qingyun walked into the area of the 76 Heaven Stars peak and headed towards the main peak, the Mystic Ice Peak. When Mo Qingyun took a step forward, he immediately frowned and his expression changed. Have I been discovered? After realizing this, Mo Qingyun's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly retreated. When Mo Qingyun took a step back, he rejoiced that the other party's senses did not follow him. This meant that the other party did not discover his presence. Phew! Mo Qingyun let out a deep breath, and his expression relaxed. It seems that if I pay more attention, I should be able to pass through the 76 Heaven Stars peak. Immediately after, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated. He once again walked into the 36 Big Dipper peaks and began to shuttle through them. However, Mo Qingyun's walking speed was extremely slow. It was almost as if he was crawling forward. To Mo Qingyun, it didn't matter if he was slow as long as he did not attract the attention of half-step to transcendent realm experts. And so, Mo Qingyun continued to walk towards the Mystic Ice Peak. Half a day later, under Mo Qingyun's careful advance, he finally passed through the 76 Heaven Stars peak and arrived at the main peak, the Mystic Ice Peak. I hope I can hide from the senses of transcendent realm experts under the hidden door. Looking at the towering Mystic Ice Peak in front of him, Mo Qingyun's expression became more serious. He lifted his foot and walked into the Mystic Ice Peak again. As soon as he entered the profound ice peak, Mo Qingyun felt a shocking pressure as well as a faintly discernible repulsive force. Have I been discovered? After discovering this, Mo Qingyun's expression froze as doubts arose in his heart. At this moment, while Mo Qingyun was puzzled, a few youths walked towards him. When Mo Qingyun saw these figures, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately changed to one of intense shock. The leader of this group of people had an extra eye between his eyebrows. He gave off a demonic feeling. While Mo Qingyun was sizing up these people, they were chatting and laughing as they slowly walked towards Mo Qingyun. Junior brother Hun Yang, congratulations on becoming Patriarch Ling, was disciple. I hope junior brother Hun Yang will take care of you in the future. Junior brother Hun Yang, I heard a few days ago that the palace master seems to have the intention of matchmaking you and Princess Ling. Junior brother Hun Yang and Princess Ling are a match made in heaven. They will definitely become a couple in the future. When these people approached, their conversation fell into Mo Qingyun's ears. Hun Yang, it's really Hun Yang. He's not dead. Hearing these people's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed again. He was somewhat shocked by this result. Chapter 383. Back then, Hun Yang was severely injured by me. He abandoned his physical body and escaped with his eye intact. Recalling the situation that day, Mo Qingyun's expression turned grave. He said in surprise, I didn't expect him to be able to reincarnate with only one eye. He even managed to make a name for himself in mysterious Ice Palace. The inheritance of the three-eyed demon clan is indeed not simple. Who's sneaking around here? At this moment, while Mo Qingyun was still in shock, a terrifying aura came crashing down on him. Oh no, I've been discovered. After realizing this, Mo Qingyun didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately used the teleportation gate and disappeared from the spot. He's gone. After Mo Qingyun disappeared, a white-haired old man in a cave on the profound ice peak revealed a look of surprise. While the elder was still in shock, Mo Qingyun's body flashed and returned to the Golden Curtain Manor. As soon as Mo Qingyun returned to the Golden Curtain Manor, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he said with lingering fear, Fortunately, I've been on guard. Otherwise, the situation just now would have been dangerous. With his Yuan Dan realm cultivation, if he fell into the hands of a transcendent realm expert, even if he was a reincarnated sovereign realm expert, he wouldn't stand a chance. It seems like the hidden door can't be hidden from the senses of a transcendent realm expert. After what happened just now, Mo Qingyun had a clear understanding of the limits of the hidden door. If I can't hide from a transcendent realm expert, I can't enter the mysterious ice peak to find Sister Mo Ling. This is going to be difficult. Thinking of this, Mo Qingyun couldn't help but frown. He was thinking of a solution. After thinking for a while, Mo Qingyun's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of someone and said in surprise, That's right, Yu Qinny went to the Xia country and brought Sister Mo Ling to the mysterious Ice Palace. You should be able to contact Sister Mo Ling. Let's ask Senior Brother D if he knows which peak Yu Qinny is at. Thinking of this, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated. He immediately got up and left Golden Curtain Mansion to find Di Junfan. Moments later, Mo Qingyun arrived at Di Junfan's residence. Junior apprentice Brother Mo, what brings you here? Seeing Mo Qingyun arrive, Di Junfan immediately revealed a warm smile and greeted Mo Qingyun. After seeing Di Junfan, Mo Qingyun didn't beat around the bush and directly said to Di Junfan, Senior Brother D, I came here today to ask you about a person. Oh, after Di Junfan heard this, a look of curiosity appeared on his face. He asked, I wonder who Junior Apprentice Brother Mo wants to ask. If I know, I will definitely contact him for you. Senior Brother D, do you know Yu Qianni? Hearing Di Junfan's words, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and asked him directly, Yu Qianni. Di Junfan frowned as he thought about this person. Junior Apprentice Brother Mo, I'm sorry. I don't know this person. After pondering for a while, Di Junfan revealed a helpless look and said in a low voice, However, if I'm not wrong, Yu Qian, you should be from Evil Spirit Peak. As far as I know, only Evil Spirit Peak has people with the surname Yu. Evil Spirit Peak. After hearing this, Mo Qingyun's heart immediately sank. This wasn't good news. Babing Peak and Rolling Curtain Peak were not on good terms. Since Evil Spirit Peak was the backing of Babing Peak, it was bound to be unfriendly to Rolling Curtain Peak. He was just a kid with a cultivation of level 2 Yuan dance stage. If he recklessly went to Evil Spirit Peak to look for someone, he was bound to encounter a lot of trouble. In this case, I'm afraid it's impossible to count on Yu Qian-yi for help. Seeing that he couldn't count on Yu Qian, Mo Qingyun exchanged a few more words with Di Junfan and left Di Junfan's residence. On the way back to Mo Qingyun's residence, he overheard the conversation of a few inner court disciples. Have you heard? Senior apprentice Brother Zheng Rui has completed an A-grade sect mission and received 5,000 sect points. 5,000 sect points should be enough to exchange for an upper-grade treasure weapon, right? In my opinion, he probably won't exchange for a weapon. He'll probably save up the points to exchange for a 1,000-year ice lotus or something like that. The words of these inner court disciples revealed a strong sense of envy and admiration. Exchanging sect points for a 1,000-year ice lotus? Hearing the words of these inner court disciples, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately changed, and he became a little excited. Immediately after, Mo Qingyun's expression became excited. He quickly walked in front of them and asked, "Senior brothers, I just heard you say that sect points could be exchanged for elixirs. May I know how to obtain these sect points?" Seeing that their path was suddenly blocked by Mo Qingyun, a few of them immediately showed their displeasure. Personal disciple. However, when they saw Mo Qingyun's clothes, their expressions immediately changed. They smiled obsequiously and said enthusiastically, "Junior apprentice brother, you've just arrived at the Dark Ice Palace, right? Junior apprentice brother, are you the personal disciple of the Elder of the Rolling Curtain Peak?" Another person asked curiously. "I became Elder Xian Shan's disciple a few days ago and came to the Dark Ice Palace with him." Mo Qingyun didn't try to hide anything when he heard their questions. Instead, he replied calmly, "So you're Mo Tianhun, junior apprentice brother Mo." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, they immediately knew Mo Qingyun's identity and became even more enthusiastic about Mo Qingyun. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun shook his head unconsciously. It seemed that he was quite famous at the Rolling Curtain Peak. In fact, Mo Qingyun did not know that in the Dark Ice Palace, any personal disciple would have a great reputation and would be watched by many inner and outer disciples. After exchanging a few words with Mo Qingyun, the person named Shi Inwu said enthusiastically to Mo Qingyun, "Junior apprentice brother Mo, you want to comprehend the sect's missions. Since I'm free now, I'll accompany you to the chore hall. Then, I'll have to trouble you, senior apprentice brother Shi." Hearing Shi Inwu's words, Mo Qingyun showed a grateful expression and cupped his hands at Mo Qingyun. Then, Mo Qingyun was led by a few people to a huge palace. This palace covered an extremely large area, nearly 1,000 square meters. At this moment, it was filled with disciples who were receiving and handing in missions. "Junior apprentice, brother Mo, this is the place to receive the sect's missions. Let's go in." When they arrived at the chore hall, Shi Inwu made an inviting gesture to Mo Qingyun and accompanied Mo Qingyun into the chore hall. After entering the chore hall, Shi Inwu brought Mo Qingyun to an old man. He picked up an ancient jade scroll and handed it to Mo Qingyun. "Junior apprentice, brother Mo, all the missions in the sect are recorded in this memory scroll. As long as you complete the corresponding mission, you'll be able to obtain the corresponding sect points." When he heard Shi Inwu's words, Mo Qingyun raised his hand and took the ancient jade scroll. He opened it and looked at it. D-grade mission. Collect 10,000 sunflower blue lavender. Reward, 10 sect points. C-grade mission. Collect 30 thunder ice bear gallbladders. Reward, 50 sect points. B-grade mission. Hunt down the Darkhan Dynasty's Yunluo bandit and bring back his head. Reward, 300 sect points. A grade mission. Eliminate the Great Leaf Dynasty's Mount Cloud Peak bandits. Reward, 5,000 sect points. Earth Roll mission. Hunt down the Profound Ice Palace's traitor Yu Xing and bring back his head. Reward, 50,000 sect points. Heaven Roll mission. Infiltrate the Burning Skies Hall as a spy for 5 years and become a true disciple of the Burning Skies Hall. Provide information on the Burning Skies Hall to the sect. Reward: 100,000 sect points. With just a glance, missions of different grades appeared before Mo Qingyun's eyes one after another. After looking through the sect missions, Mo Qingyun turned to look at Shi Inwu and asked, "Senior apprentice brother Shi, how do I exchange sect points for rewards?" When he heard Mo Qingyun's question, Shi Inwu picked up another ancient jade scroll and handed it to Mo Qingyun. Junior apprentice brother Mo, this memory scroll records the items that can be exchanged and the points required to exchange for them. When he saw this, Mo Qingyun took the ancient jade scroll and opened it to look for the points required to exchange for the Millennium Ice Lotus. Millennium Ice Lotus. 100,000 sect points can be exchanged for. After a while, the points required to exchange for the Millennium Ice Lotus appeared before Mo Qingyun's eyes. When he saw the points required to exchange for the Millennium Ice Lotus, Mo Qingyun's brows immediately furrowed. 100,000 points, this was not a small number. If it was an ordinary B-grade mission, he would have to complete at least a few thousand of them to accumulate enough points to exchange for the Millennium Ice Lotus. As for the A-grade missions, Mo Qingyun was unable to complete them with his current strength. Looks like I have to start with the B-grade missions first. After pondering for a while, Mo Qingyun picked up the ancient jade scroll that recorded the sect missions again and looked for the B-grade missions that he could accept. After searching for a while, Mo Qingyun chose the sect missions that he wanted to accept. At this moment, Mo Qingyun planned to accept all the B-grade missions to suppress the bandits. Firstly, these missions gave him a lot of points. Secondly, he could hunt the bandits and let a demon refine their corpses to raise her cultivation. Mo Qingyun thought that he should first raise a demon's cultivation before accepting the A-grade missions. After choosing the missions to accept, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate anymore. He smiled faintly at the deacon in charge of issuing missions and said, "Uncle, I will accept all these missions." "What? You want to accept all these missions?" When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, the deacon in charge of issuing missions was shocked. He thought that he had heard wrongly. A disciple with a cultivation of stage 2 Yuan Dan realm actually wanted to accept more than 30 B-grade missions at once. This was crazy. That's right. Mo Qingyun nodded with a serious look on his face. Seeing Mo Qingyun's action, Shi Ingwu and the others' expressions changed drastically. They said in a low voice, "Junior brother Mo, once you accept a sect mission, you can't give it up. Don't be rash." "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Shi. I know what to do." Hearing Shi Ingwu's reminder, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and replied. At this moment, the deacon in charge of issuing missions looked at Mo Qingyun with a serious expression and said, "Are you sure you want to accept all these missions?" "That's right." Chapter 384. Seeing Mo Qingyun's insistence, the steward of the Chore Hall did not continue to persuade him. The steward of the Chore Hall said coldly, "Give me your identity token. I will record the missions for you." Hearing this, Mo Qingyun took out his identity token and handed it to the steward. After receiving the identity token from Mo Qingyun, the steward inscribed the missions that Mo Qingyun had accepted into the token. B-class mission. Head to the Rain Dynasty and exterminate the Flowing Cloud sect in the Rain Country. B-class mission. Head to the Dashuan Dynasty and exterminate the Sword Spear Bandit group in the Golden Sword Country. Under the steward's inscription, the mission information was copied into the identity token one by one. There are a total of 37 extermination missions. All of them have been copied into your identity token. After copying the sect mission, the deacon's face turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, "After this, you just need to infuse your soul power into the identity token, and the detailed information of the sect mission will appear in your mind." After the steward finished speaking, he returned Mo Qingyun's identity token to Mo Qingyun. "Thank you, steward." Hearing the steward's words, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and cupped his hands in gratitude. "No need to be so polite. Seeing Mo Qingyun's action, the steward smiled faintly and nodded his head. He suggested, "These missions are quite difficult. You'd better hire a half-step to Heaven Star Realm expert to accompany you. Although you will have to pay a high price, at least your life will not be in danger." In the steward's opinion, with Mo Qingyun's cultivation at level 2 Yuan Dan realm, he should be preparing to find someone to help him take on so many extermination missions at once. This kind of thing was not rare in the mysterious Ice Palace, so there was nothing strange about it. Many disciples with extraordinary backgrounds wanted to use their sect points to exchange for some special items, so they would ask some experts to help them earn some sect points. At this moment, Mo Qingyun had obviously become such a person in the eyes of everyone. However, there weren't many people like Mo Qingyun who accepted 37 sect missions at once. "Brother, sure, let's go." Seeing that he had finished receiving the sect's mission, Mo Qingyun did not intend to stay any longer and walked out of the chore hall. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Shi Ingwu and the others were shocked. They followed Mo Qingyun out of the chore hall. "Junior brother, I saw that you've accepted quite a few extermination missions. Do you need me to accompany you? A mission of 100 million spirit essence stones is good enough." At this moment, just as Mo Qingyun walked out of the chore hall, an inner disciple of the 9th level of the Pill Palace asked him with a smile. As soon as he heard the man's words, Mo Qingyun understood what he was thinking. He was here to apply for Mo Qingyun's job. However, to ask for 100 million spirit essence stones for a single sect mission, wasn't this guy a little too black-hearted? Sizing up the other party, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother. I can deal with it myself." "Deal with it yourself?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the man's expression was slightly stunned. However, he wasn't surprised by Mo Qingyun's reply. After a brief moment of shock, this person faintly smiled and said, "Junior apprentice brother, 100 million spirit essence stones to complete a mission is already an extremely low price. If a half-step Heavenly Dipper senior apprentice brother were to complete a mission, it would cost at least 200 million spirit essence stones." In his opinion, the reason why Mo Qingyun rejected him was because he felt that his cultivation wasn't enough and wanted a half-step Heaven Star border expert to take action. "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother. If I need your help in the future, I will ask senior brother for help." Seeing the other party's insistence, Mo Qingyun once again smiled faintly and rejected the other party's good intentions. Hearing Mo Qingyun's reply, the man didn't say anything else. He turned around and left with a regretful expression. In his opinion, to be able to take on 37 missions at once, Mo Qingyun must be a rich man. It was a pity that he didn't take on Mo Qingyun's mission. After the man left, many people came to ask Mo Qingyun if he needed their help. Among the people who came after, there was no lack of half-step Heaven Star border experts. However, Mo Qingyun unanimously rejected their inquiries. "Junior brother Mo, do you really plan on completing these missions alone?" Seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, Shi Ingwu and the others were all shocked and confused. Mo Qingyun even rejected the inquiry of a half-step Heaven Star border expert. Could it be that Mo Qingyun really planned on completing these missions alone? When they thought of this, Shi Ingwu and the others immediately became nervous. If that was the case, Mo Qingyun's actions were too frightening. "Yes." Mo Qingyun nodded in response to the words of Shi Ingwu and the others. He bade farewell and said, "Senior brothers, I will be leaving the profound Ice Palace now. When I return, I will look for you again." After saying goodbye to Shi Ingwu and the others, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate and directly walked out of the Black Ice Palace. "Junior brother Mo, it seems like he really wants to complete the missions alone." Seeing that Mo Qingyun didn't ask for help and directly left the Black Ice Palace, Shi Ingwu and the others opened their eyes wide. After a while Shi Ingwu and the others were still in shock, Mo Qingyun arrived outside the Black Ice Palace. The Rainwater Dynasty is the closest to the Black Ice Palace. I can go there first to eliminate the Flowing Cloud sect. Then, I can go from there to after walking out of the mountain range of the Black Ice Palace. Missouri Qingyun pondered in his heart and considered his next route. With a decision in his heart, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate and immediately stood up to go to the Rainwater Dynasty. Then, Mo Qingyun flashed into the Heixian Palace and ordered his incarnation to go to the Rainwater Dynasty. When Mo Qingyun entered the Heixian Palace, Missouri Sin's excited voice sounded out, "Young lord, after refining the corpses of the bandits, many of the Eye Demon's cultivations have broken through to the Pill Palace realm." Oh! Hearing Mo Sin's words, Mo Qingyun's face immediately lit up with joy. His body moved, and he arrived at the Eye Demon's location. Seeing the changes in the Eye Demon's appearance, Mo Qingyun's face was immediately filled with shock. He was very surprised by this scene. At this moment, the Yuan Dan on the eyeballs of the Eye Demons that had broken through to the Pill Palace realm had already changed into the shape of small palaces. From the looks of it, these Eye Demons with small palaces on their heads are all Pill Palace realm Eye Demons. After coming to this conclusion, Mo Qingyun released his soul power and sensed the number of Eye Demons in the Pill Palace realm. After sensing for a while, the smile on Mo Qingyun's face became even wider. In just a short period of time, there were actually close to 1,000 Eye Demons that had broken through to the Pill Palace realm. To him, this was extremely good news. With the help of these Eye Demons in the Pill Palace realm, it would be much easier to complete the Sex Annihilation mission. At this moment, in the Black Ice Palace, not long after Mo Qingyun left, the news of him receiving 37 annihilation missions spread like wildfire. Just now in the Chore Hall, I heard that there was a fierce person who received 37 B-grade annihilation missions. Damn, this kid is a rich man. Where is he now? Did he ask for help to complete the mission? He didn't ask for help. From what he said, it seems like he wants to complete it himself. Complete alone? Is that kid a half-step heaven starboarder expert? He's not a half-step heaven starboarder expert. He's just a kid in the second level of Yuan Dan realm. What? Just a kid in the second level of Yuan Dan realm? I'll go find him immediately. All of a sudden, the inner disciples in the Dark Ice Palace went crazy. Subsequently, the news of Mo Qingyun receiving sect missions spread faster and faster. Not long after, the news of Mo Qingyun receiving 37 annihilation missions reached Sun Yi's ears. Mo Tianhun received 37 annihilation missions and left the Black Ice Palace. Hearing this news, Sun Yi's face immediately turned ugly. He said angrily, "This kid better die in the sex mission. Otherwise, I won't let him go. That kid left the Black Ice Palace because he's worried that I'll attack him." When Sunny said this, a young man who looked similar to him said disdainfully, "He's a cunning kid. You guys continue to pay attention to his movements. When he comes back, I'll deal with him." "Thank you, big brother." Hearing this young man's words, Sun Yi's face lit up with joy, and he thanked the young man. When Sun Yi and his brother heard that Mo Qingyun had received 37 sect missions, Di Junfan also received the news. This junior brother, Mo Tianhuan's actions are really shocking. He actually received so many annihilation missions. Hearing the news of Mo Qingyun, Di Junfan smiled bitterly. He was really shocked by Mo Qingyun's actions. Soon after, Mo Qingyun's face turned serious. He said in a deep voice, "I have to report to Elder Xianshan immediately about junior brother Mo receiving sect missions." After thinking about this, Di Junfan did not hesitate and immediately went to Xianshan's residence. After a while, Di Junfan arrived at Xianshan's residence and asked respectfully, "Disciple Di Junfan has something to report to Elder Xianshan. Come in." Hearing Di Junfan's words, Xianshan's tone was indifferent. He waved his hand and opened the door. Seeing that the door was opened, Di Junfan did not hesitate and walked into the courtyard. At that moment, besides Xianshan, there were a few other elders sitting in the courtyard. Disciple Di Junfan greets all the elders. Seeing the people in front of him, Di Junfan bowed respectfully to them. In response to Di Junfan's bow, Xianshan waved his hand and asked directly, "Speak, What do you have to report? Elder, I just heard that junior brother Mo received 37 annihilation missions and left Dark Eye's palace alone. Di Juanfan's face was filled with nervousness as he reported carefully to Xian Shan. You said that Tian Hun received 37 sect missions? Hearing Di Juanfan's words, Xian Shan was shocked. He was also shocked by Mo Qingyun's actions. At that moment, not only was Xian Shan shocked, but the other elders were also shocked. Receiving 37 annihilation missions in one go was really shocking. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.